All right, good morning everybody, and generals, director, ambassador, and Ukrainian friends. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the conference War and Intelligence in the Information Age. So I would think this is the most important conference in Oslo in 2022. It's very timely. And we're very humble and honored to have the Ukrainian guests here. We have had a couple of days with workshops, and it's been very good. First, some practical information before I introduce the opening speaker. And there are a bracelet that you have received. Please keep it on you, that will give you access back and forth. Lunch will be served between 1 o'clock and 1:45. We should be done with this conference by 15:30, perhaps before. In case of any emergency, we have emergency exits. One there, one here, and also that door. So that's in order. And restrooms are downstairs during the breaks, down the stairs. And we also are streaming this conference. So please, I encourage all the panels and speakers to keep on time, so it's predictable for those following this conference digitally. And first, we have some opening statements and opening speeches. Thereafter, there are 3 panels with Q&As. And with Q&As, please do ask questions, and also remember your affiliation and name. And please keep it concise, if possible. So without further ado, please welcome General and Chief of Defense of Norway, Eirik Kristoffersen.
Thank you, and everybody, welcome to this conference. It's an honor to have the ambassador here, to have Director Volodymyr Mirnenko, but also the Ukrainian delegation in Norway at this time. We all know what you are struggling with, how hard it is to find time to do this, but I think also it's important that we meet here, and I will come back to that. The unprovoked attack on Ukraine started in 2014. We have to remember that this war didn't start on the 24th of February. It started in 2014. It was 8 years into the war when Russia again attacked Ukraine in a more full scale. And earlier this week, Time magazine said that, or announced that President Zelensky and the Spirit of Ukraine was the name of the year, which I think is very well deserved, and we can all stand behind that statement from Time magazine. Because Ukraine is fighting an existential war for Ukraine, but they're also fighting a war on behalf of all of us. They're fighting a war for everything that our people together fighted for during World War II. After World War II, we had an international, rules-based world order, and that world order is being challenged by President Putin and his attack on Ukraine. So this is not only a war about territory in Ukraine, it's a war about how we want the world to be. It's a war about, I would say, democracies and totalitarian states. It's also a war of international rules-based order, which we all have basically built our societies on since the end of World War II. So it's important. It's very important. And President Putin hasn't achieved any of his goals, original goals. He is suffering. He has made a strategic mistake. So first of all, he wanted to change the leadership in Ukraine. And he just didn't succeed with that. President Zelensky is as strong as ever. His leadership is has made him name of the year in 2022. So he didn't achieve that. He wanted to occupy large part of Ukraine. He didn't achieve that either. The Russian forces are suffering on the battlefield. They are losing, and we cannot allow them to win anything. They have to lose this war. Ukraine has to win. So he didn't succeed in occupying territory of Ukraine in the way that he planned for before 24th of February. He's also losing when it comes to trying to stop any extension of NATO. So NATO is the strongest military alliance in history. And one of his goals was to stop any further expansion of NATO. What happened? Sweden and Finland are joining NATO. And Ukraine is fighting a war with the backing of all NATO allies, but also partners. He wanted to split the cohesion in the West. He didn't succeed with that either. So we stand together as strong as we did during a hard mission in Afghanistan for 20 years. NATO and partners stand together also in the support for Ukraine. So President Putin failed in that sense as well. And his military is suffering hard. So every tank, every armored vehicle, every artillery piece that's being destroyed in Ukraine is also providing better security for all of us. On the backdrop of this is, of course, that we in 2022 again talk about nuclear deterrence. And that's really what is worrying me at the moment. So nuclear deterrence is something we have to consider and talk about in 2022. I used to grow up during the Cold War, and we talked about the threat from nuclear weapons. And Putin is again using nuclear weapon as a threat. So President Putin has failed. He's made a strategic mistake, but the war isn't over. We should never underestimate Russia. Russia is the biggest country in the world when it comes to landmass. They have capacity. They haven't used all their inventory when it comes to military force. So Russia can still escalate this war. And we have to remember that. So we have to support Ukraine. And that's essential for the future. We have to support Ukraine with donations when it comes to military equipment. We have to support them with ammunition. We have to support them with training. And we have to support them in long-term development. But we also have to support Ukraine when it comes to humanitarian aid, when it comes to rebuilding damaged infrastructure, and we have to support Ukraine in a long-term perspective. So for Norway, we are sort of looking at lessons learned every day, because similar to Ukraine, we also have Russia as a neighbor. So the lessons learned that you're going to discuss today is also important for our security in the future. And that's why everybody is basically watching what's happening in Ukraine, also from a military lessons learned perspective. I am really honored to have you here. I'm really proud of what Ukraine are doing. I am proud that we are supporting you, but I'm also impressed by the way the Ukrainian people have stood up against this unprovoked attack. And if there is one lesson learned, which is, I would say it goes through history, it's never a good idea to occupy a country. that doesn't want to be occupied. So John Steinbeck wrote a novel during World War II called The Moon is Down. It's a novel to fuel resistance in Europe. And that novel describes basically how people stand up against any aggressor. And that novel reminds me of what I've seen in Ukraine since the 24th of February. So not only the military forces of Ukraine, but actually the whole society of Ukraine is standing up against the Russian aggressor. When it comes to intelligence, when you're fighting on your own territory and you know you have a purpose, then there is no limit to how much information you can get. And then the question is, how fast can you use that information to stop the enemy? And Ukraine has learned a lot when it comes to how we can, and demonstrate it, how we can take information and use it to gain military effects in a very, very short time. And that's something, one of the lessons learned I think we will draw from this war, is that we have to engage the whole of society. Norway will continue to support Ukraine. We will stand behind Ukraine, and I spoke with General Shvaliuchynskyi, Valery, the Chief of Defense in Ukraine on Friday, about what does the future look like and how are we going to support you. And he knows what he wants for Christmas. He has a list of things he needs. So Norway is going to support Ukraine in the short term with whatever it takes to stop Russia from gaining new territory and help Ukraine to win back occupied territory. We will also support Ukraine in the short term with medical evacuation, with humanitarian aid, and of course we stand by the sanctions that all neighbors and allies are standing behind when it comes to sanctions against Russia. In the longer term, and I think we have to think about the support now both in short term, but in mid-term and longer term. In the mid-term, it's about changing and equipping Ukraine with modern weapon systems to stop the Russian fight. Because if there's something we have learned is that Western military equipment, Western military technology is far better than Russian technology. In the long term, we are talking about rebuilding Ukraine. I don't know how long this war is going to last, but I think we are in it for a long, long time, unfortunately. I can see a more static, prolonged warfare in the east of Ukraine, where you will have front lines that is moving back and forth, but with limited gains every day. The things that could change that is, of course, a collapse in the Russian morale. Because the Russian soldiers, they don't have a purpose for what they are doing in Ukraine. I can just imagine how many Russian soldiers that doesn't know why they are there. They're asking themselves, why are we dying here in a war against our neighbors? So we have to also address who is responsible for this war. It's President Putin and his inner circle and his generals. And we have to remember that the Russian soldiers and the Russian people, they don't deserve that kind of leadership. And they don't have the purpose that the Ukrainian forces have. So that's something that could change the war rapidly, because a collapse in morale would definitely change it. And we have seen signs of it. For the longer term, we are talking about how is Ukraine going to look like after the war. And definitely, we will stand behind building up Ukraine. We will stand behind modernization of the forces. But we will also stand behind a long-term military cooperation. And I spent so much time the last year talking with my Swedish and Finnish colleagues who is now joining NATO. And I think we will have a lot of lessons learned when it comes to how to integrate Sweden and Finland in NATO that will also apply for Ukraine in the future. So we need to stand behind each other now for a long, long time, and we need to make sure that we do the right things both in the short, mid, and long term when it comes to Ukraine. So going back to the conference, I think we have more to learn from Ukraine right now than we can actually learn you. Because you have been in this war for more than 8 years. You have been in a very intense phase of it for almost 10 months now. And there is a lot of lessons learned that is applying to us. I am impressed how fast, looking to Norway and the equipment we have delivered, how fast Ukraine has been able to take this equipment and use them on the battlefield. We gave anti-tank weapons in the beginning, without any instructions, basically. Ukrainian soldiers learned how to use them. We gave artillery pieces, 5-6-day courses. Ukrainian soldiers knew how to use the artillery pieces, but also how to maintain them. We gave away Mistral anti-air missiles. Ukrainian forces learned very fast how to use them as well. When we came to air defense with NASAMS, the Ukrainian soldiers learned that much, much faster than any program we have had in Norway ever when it comes to learning our soldiers how to use anti-air systems. So I'm really impressed of the quality, but also the motivation and the spirit of the people of Ukraine, and I've seen it with the soldiers that we have been training. And we see the same. I get the same reports from our soldiers who are training Ukrainian forces in UK, and I get the same, and I will definitely get the same reports when we start training also Ukrainian soldiers under the EU mission in Germany or Poland later. So Norway will support you, and what I challenged you all about is we need to be very specific and concrete on what sort of support we are supposed to give and what you need, and this has to be coordinated. So I'm glad the coordination mechanism that the United States set up in Ramstein and Stuttgart is working better and better, because I think it must be very tough for the Ukrainian armed forces to receive all this equipment and different equipment and then start using it. But I'm impressed how you have adapted to this. So thank you again all for being here. I wish you all the best for the conference. Thank you to all the guests who have attended this. It's important. There's only one person who can stop this war, and that's President Putin. He has to stop it. If President Zelensky stops fighting, we just let the Russians win. We give them a break. So President Putin has to stop this war. And I've challenged in open media in Norway, General Gerasimov, the Russian chief of defense, that it's time to not being so obedient, but start thinking about what is my role. He has to stop this war if the president doesn't want to. So, again, it's an honor to have you here. I feel very humble, and I'm proud that you are taking time in Norway, and we will support you. And Slava Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Now it's my honor to introduce Volodymyr Mirnenko, the Director of the Department of Military Education and Science, Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, and Deputy Minister. No, floor is yours.
На початку свого виступу я хотів би подякувати головнокомандувачу за теплі слова в адрес України, Збройних сил і українців. Щиро вам дякую. Добрий день, вельмишановні учасники і організатори конференції. Від імені делегації Міністерства оборони та себе хочу особисто висловити слова подяки за надану можливість взяти безпосередню участь у такому поважному зібранні науковців та викладачів. Саме наших партнерів, однодумців, з якими ми поділяємо європейські цінності та реалізовуємо перспективні проекти у сфері військової освіти, науки, аналізу проблем глобальних безпекових загроз світопорядку та міжнародному праву. Сьогодні ми всі сфокусовані на протидії російській воєнній експансії, яка є небаченим з часів Другої світової війни нахабним викликом цивілізованому світу. Ми щиро вдячні королівству Норвегії, яке з перших днів
Можна вас попросити виступити більш короткими?
Добре. Ви будете зараз перекладати синхронно, так?
Не синхронно, послідовно, у нас, на жаль, немає можливості перекладати.
Добре. Сьогодні ми всі сфокусовані на протидії російській воєнній експансії, яка є небаченим з часів Другої світової війни нахабним викликом цивілізованому світу.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, first of all, to everyone who is present here. And on behalf of my delegation of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, and from myself personally, I would like to thank you for this possibility to participate in this very important meeting of researchers and of our partners, indeed, of all those who share with us our values, European values, and who carry out and conduct with us important projects in the sphere of military defense and military studies, and analyzes with us the problems of security challenges that exist now in the world and for the international order. And today we are all united to counter the Russian aggression, the Russian attempts of expansion, which are unseen since the Second World War. And we would like to sincerely thank the Kingdom of Norway, who support Ukraine with humanitarian initiatives and also with military equipment. And this is very important for the defenders of our country.
Ми щиро вдячні королівству Норвегія, яке з перших днів широкомасштабного російського вторгнення підтримує нашу державу гуманітарними ініціативами, військово-технічними засобами та екіпіруванням для наших захисників. Виділяє значні кошти на реалізацію військової навчальної місії Європейського Союзу. За неоціненний внесок у боротьбу нашого народу за свободу та незалежність.
We would like to sincerely thank again the Kingdom of Norway for supporting us with humanitarian initiatives and for providing considerable funds to conduct military trainings for our servicemen within the mission of the European Union. This is a very important contribution for the fight of our people, for our freedom and independence.
Попри війну, Україна продовжує рухатися шляхом трансформаційних змін. Адже в пріоритеті нашої держави повноцінна інтеграція до європейських та євроатлантичних структур. Наша система військової освіти змінюється, щоб стати якіснішою, більш сумісною з аналогами в державах Європейського Союзу та НАТО.
Despite the war, Ukraine still continues to move on the path of transformations because the priority of our country is a full integration into the European structures and the structures of NATO. And our system of military education is changing, is transforming to become a better one and to become compatible with the analog systems in the countries of the EU and in the NATO members.
Мені, як очільнику профільного департаменту оборонного відомства, приємно констатувати, що за напрямом розвитку військової освіти та науки ми вже можемо говорити про суттєві здобутки. І ці здобутки мають два основні виміри – інституційний і утилітарний. Ми крок за кроком наближаємося до відповідності всім критеріям членства Європейський Союз та НАТО.
And I, being a senior officer in the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, am very pleased to report that when it comes to military education and military studies, we can speak about considerable achievements in this regard. And they have two dimensions. It's the institutional dimension and the utilitarian dimension. Step by step, we get closer to be compatible and compliant with all criteria for the EU membership and for the NATO membership.
Вже зараз ми імплементуємо міжнародні стандарти та вимоги у національне законодавство і нормативно-правові акти. Активізуємо міжнародну співпрацю у сфері комплексних наукових досліджень та інноваційних технологій в інтересах оборони, а також підготовки військових фахівців.
Already now we are making efforts to implement international standards and requirements into our national legislation and into our regulation, and we are stepping up our international cooperation in the sphere of complex scientific studies and innovative technologies in the sphere of defense and also in the sphere of military expert training.
Своєю чергою на полі бою наші Збройні сили та інші складові сил оборони демонструють високий рівень професіоналізму та навченості, швидкості опанування високотехнологічних зразків озброєння військової техніки.
On their part, the armed forces of Ukraine demonstrate high professionalism and high standards of training on the battlefield. Very quickly, they learn to use high technological military equipment and weapons.
Такі позитивні результати не були б можливі без кардинальних інституційних зрушень, як впровадження та апробація курсів професійної військової освіти з акцентом на практичну спрямованість навчання, опанування натовських процедур планування та прийняття рішень, інтенсивне вивчення іноземних мов, а також участі у міжнародних тренувальних і навчальних місіях.
And these positive results would not have been possible without radical institutional transformations. And these are, for example, courses of military training with a focus on practicality of these trainings, also applying of NATO procedures when it comes to planning and decision-taking, intensive foreign languages learning, and also participation in the international training missions.
Звісно, нам не просто тримати темп змін, але ми всі усвідомлюємо, що повинні продовжувати максимально вкладатися в розвиток інтелектуального потенціалу нашої армії, новітніх лідерів, які будуть вести за собою в бій.
Of course, it is not easy for us to keep up this pace of changes. However, we realize that we have to continue to do all that we can to develop the intellectual potential of our army. We have to educate new leaders who will lead others on the battlefield.
Вести в бій не лише проти ворогів-окупантів, а й проти старих схем корупції та радянського мислення.
Who will guide others, who will fight not only against our occupiers, but who will also go against old systems and schemes, against corruption and against the Soviet thinking.
Крім того, ми відчуваємо підтримку партнерів, саме вашу підтримку. І сьогоднішній захід, на якому перебуває наша делегація, є яскравим свідченням цього.
And we are feeling your support, the support of our partners. And this event here, this meeting, shows it. It shows your strong support for us.
До слова, спільно з норвезькими колегами нами вже визначено перспективну траєкторію співпраці відповідно до двосторонньої угоди між Національним університетом оборони України імені Івана Черняховського, який представляють більшість членів нашої делегації, та коледжем Університету оборони Норвегії, в межах якої триває консолідована робота над актуальними науковими дослідженнями і науковими проектами.
And by the way, together with our Norwegian colleagues, we have already defined potential trajectory of cooperation according to the bilateral agreement between the National Defense University of Ukraine and most of us here represent this university, and between the Norwegian Defense University College. And within this agreement, we consolidate our work and try to implement different scientific and research projects.
Ми відкриті до розширення контактів з міжнародним експертним середовищем задля поглиблення взаємодії, обміну напрацюваннями та узагальненням бойових дій.
And we are ready and we are open to broaden our interaction with international experts, to deepen our cooperation, to exchange our experience and also our military experience on the battlefield.
Зі свого боку наголошую в тому, що Міністерство оборони вельми зацікавлено у покращенні фахового рівня науково-педагогічних працівників та інструкторського складу військових вишів.
And I would like to personally emphasize that the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine is very much interested to improve the level of our teaching staff and also the level of our trainers in the military education institutions of Ukraine.
Метою цього є набуття та генерування інституційних спроможностей новою складовою системи військової освіти, а саме професійною військовою освітою, яка має стати потужним локомотивом підготовки наших військових фахівців.
And our objective is to step up the potential of our military education, professional military education, that should become a very powerful trigger, a very powerful force helping us to train our military experts.
Сподіваюсь, що сьогоднішній дискусійний майданчик для цілеспрямованого та конструктивного діалогу дасть нам змогу плідно попрацювати, обмінятися думками, ідеями та новаціями, висловити пропозиції та спільне бачення протидії викликам та гібридним загрозам європейській безпеці, пришвидшення перемоги України, а значить і всього світу.
And I hope that our today's discussion would become a wonderful platform to have a targeted and constructive dialogue, and this will lead to a fruitful cooperation. This will allow us to exchange our thoughts, ideas, our innovations, to counter the threat to the European security, to speeden up the victory of Ukraine, and that means the victory of the whole world. And I would like to thank again for your support. Thanks for understanding our needs, and thanks for believing in our victory.
Ще раз хочу подякувати від імені Міністерства оборони України, Збройних сил України, всього українського народу за підтримку. Дякую за розуміння наших потреб, за віру в нас і в нашу перемогу.
On behalf of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, on behalf of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, and on behalf of the people of Ukraine, I would like to thank again for your support and for understanding our needs and believing in our victory.
Дякую. Слава Україні!
Thank you so much, and Slava Ukraini.
So thank you, Director. So I will want to just to pick up on what the Chief of Defense said about how long this war will last. And that's absolutely a difficult question, and we don't have an answer to that. But what's certain is that we have an antagonistic Russia, a hostile Russia, for the unforeseeable future in Europe. We have a Russia that will wages a war, and it's a constant threat. So the scenarios that we look at is quite bleak. We don't know what the war ends. We know that Russia is antagonistic. And in what, so we have to plan for the future, that this is what we're up against. This is what we have to deal with. We may have to make plans for that. It could be, like also the Chief of Defense said, that the Russians could collapse in some way due to motivation or a military defeat or some political collapse in some way, but I wouldn't count on it. I mean, it's absolutely possible, but don't plan for it. It would be my advice. We have to plan for the long run and for the hard run. We saw in the war has changed in its phases. It's been the rapid run for Kyiv and a political regime change there. It failed. Ukraine managed to throw the Russian forces out of the north of Kyiv. And then we had the second phase with the counteroffensive in Kharkiv. Very impressive counteroffensive that threw the Russian forces out of the whole of Kharkiv Oblast. And also we had this last phase when Ukrainian forces managed to push the Russian forces out of Kherson. So now we're facing a winter, what to expect. But Ukraine has proved that it has the capacity to have extra resources more than just holding the front line. They can make effective counteroffensives. They have an extra capacity and the capability that the Russians don't seem to have it for the at least the short to medium term. So there's an opportunity that there will be some surprises this winter. Winter is hard. Winter warfare is tough, but I would think that there's an opportunity this winter. But back to the framing of the conference. This is part of the Ukraine program, where the National Defense University of Ukraine is our main partner. We have other international partners that will also contribute today. We're very happy for that. So there's 3 panels. We have first experiences from the war, then Ukrainian experiences, and then lastly the role of intelligence. So I hope you enjoy it. I will now introduce the first panel. this chair of the panel, and the chair will introduce the panel. But please, Tobias Sæther, he's a researcher at the Ukraine program at the Norwegian Defense University College, and he look out for his incoming peer-reviewed article over New Year. Please, Tobias.
Thank you, Tom. Director, General, Ambassador, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Ukrainian friends, welcome from my side as well to this conference. We have been looking forward to it. It's an important conference. We dive now more into the panel part of the conference. The first panel will be about Ukrainian experiences from the Russian-Ukrainian war. We will try here to link, we will focus on the military aspects mostly, but we will also try to link the military and civilian aspects. Because this is not only a war between military forces, it is first and foremost, but it is also very much a war in which populations are used in different ways. So we will try to link those two aspects. More concretely, we will, in the first part of this panel, have 4 quite brief presentations about different aspects of the war. And then we will have a short break, underlining short, coffee break, 10 minutes, and then we will dive into discussion. So I will ask a few questions to the panelists, but I will also give room to, hopefully plenty of room to the audience also to ask your questions. So without further delay, let me introduce our first speaker today, Vasyl Shvaliuchynskyi. Vasyl is the head of the Army Department at the National Defense University College of Ukraine. He has long experience from the Ukrainian infantry, and now in the early phases of the 2022 invasion, he was chief of staff of a sector defending Boryspil in Kyiv region. So, Vasyl, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I have a lot of devices. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of our conference, I sincerely grateful to our organizers of this conference to give me a chance, to give me an opportunity to be here, to speak to face of this respectable audience. So the topic of my presentation concerns the experience of the Ukrainian Army, especially maneuverable units, air defense, and Army aviation units. I had this presentation yesterday on a different conference, but I had 35 minutes. For today, I have only 10 minutes, yes. I had to cut my presentation and do it clear. Finally, I cut it. But I'm not sure that it will be clear for you. Thank you for that. But I will try. I can use it, yes? Okay. It is not my presentation? Yes, this is my presentation. I need to read to save the time, yes? To defeat the enemy, which has a significant advantage in means of air attacks, missiles, artillery, and other weapons, the Ukrainian Army is forced to act non-standard, non-template, and unexpected to the enemy. The chosen courses of action must be effective, unexpected to the enemy, and inflict maximum losses, while providing that friendly forces are maintained in a combat-ready state. Our armed forces, other components of the security and defense sector have significant qualitative advantages over the enemy. These advantages are in leadership, command and control efficiency, flexibility, professionalism, etc. At the same time, we had certain miscalculation regarding risk management to prepare repelling Russia's armed aggressor. Factors that negatively affected the effectiveness of military formation operations included low level of personal training, not in all but in parts of our forces, weak interdepartmental interaction, extremely low level of preparedness of reduction enemy mobility, engineering obstacles, etc. Thus, measures had to be taken already during the conduct of the defensive operation to reduce the impact of these weaknesses. I will use my experience from defense of Kyiv to elaborate on 3 questions regarding the operations experience from ground and air defense. The operations to defend Kyiv can be divided into 3 stages. Repelling the enemy strike group of troops or forces start from February 24 beginning of March. Stopping the enemy's offensive at large, disrupting Russian efforts to resume offensive. It starts from start of March and to the end of March. Force the enemy to retreat from our territory from end of March to beginning of April. I'd like to focus on effective use of mobile fire group by both maneuvering units and air defense units. Maneuvering units which was armed with modern anti-tank weapons like Javelin, like NLAW, like Ukrainian Stugnape and others. Thus, the key tasks to block the enemy from approaching Kyiv city is in the early phase were, firstly, to provide support of the battalions that were defending in the first position. Secondly, the military formation planned to delay the enemy offensive in the event to enemy penetration through the first position by conducting delaying operations at intermediate positions. Third, to block the enemy at the final position. The next task was to prevent the airborne landing and capture of the Vasyl airport. In the final, if there was a breakthrough by the enemy of the final positions, the sector units had to fix significant part of the enemy forces by conducting a circular defense around Vasyl and Brovary cities. But thanks to courage and heroism of our soldiers, who strongly defended the first position, the enemy was unable to break through our defense, and this made it possible to successfully move to the third phase of the operation to force the enemy to retreat. I would also like to note that the tactical standards defined by field manuals for maneuver units especially are exceeded in practice by 3, 5, and sometimes more than 10 times. Therefore, this situation requires paying more attention to maneuverable actions. The most significant factors for effectiveness in an early phase and still present are the patriotism and high level of motivation of those people who did not evacuate and despite the threat to losing these lives, got their hands on weapons and performed tasks at the battle position, at the checkpoints, etc. professionalism and experience of commanders and subordinates of soldiers, because of our war started not in 22 but started in 2014. Leadership qualities of our commanders and the level of relationship in military teams. In my opinion, one of the factors that show differences between our teams and Russian teams. Hatred of the enemy who was been trying to destroy and oppress our people for many centuries, and unprecedented support of our people from the entire civilized world. And I will repeat more and more, thank you for your support. This is very helpful for us and very good contribution in our win. Some questions concerning the Army Air Defense Unit's courses of actions. At the beginning of the defense operations, unfortunately, no air defense system was created in the northern direction. So the main method of the fire control and air defense units was decentralized. Portable anti-aircraft missile complexes played a significant role in destroying the air enemy. Mobile fire groups were created on both military and civilian vehicles with a supply of portable anti-aircraft missile systems, like Igla or Needle, like Stinger, which advanced in the enemy's aircraft probable action directions and created ambushes while constantly moving. For example, personnel under the leadership of Major General Kiselov shot down 4 Ka-52s in Gostomel and close to Bucha. Due to high losses, the Russians increased the distance of attack, and the effectiveness of his actions decreased significantly. As airborne weapons were used without entering the zone of defeat of air defense systems, ambushes again became the main way of fighting against attack aircraft and combat helicopters. But for actions in ambushes, it is necessary to have a so-called gray zone, or to go in small group of anti-aircraft gunners behind the front edge of the enemy, which significantly complicates the execution of these tasks. An analysis of the Army aviation combat operations in first month of the war showed that there are several important factors that significantly affect the effectiveness of the helicopter unit's operations. Such factors are the quality of the crew, thorough study of the operating environments, establishment of clear interaction with units on the ground, especially with air defense units, because it is dangerous when we had some examples of friendly fires. A careful study of the position of friendly forces, features of terrain, and other actions allowed to carry out successful pinpoint air strikes on targets that have been identified in advance. Depending on the enemy's air defense countermeasures, repeated attacks on the target were carried out with different courses without crossing the front line of the enemy's troops. The retreat after the attacks was carried out in different directions considering the situation. In the first week of active hostilities, the main tasks of the helicopters units were the search and destruction of enemy columns. The tasks were performed by helicopter units consisting mainly of 3 Mi-24 and 1 Mi-8 helicopter, the crew of which, in addition to firing task, performed search and rescue tasks. It advanced the tasks of air support of maneuverable units were subsequently carried out on targets identified. The strikes was carried out from the camber mode from friendly territory. Missiles was launched along the ballistic trajectory without entering the zone of damage of the enemy's anti-aircraft defenses. Also, the analysis of combat experience showed the high efficiency of the joint performance of tasks by Army units and tactical aviation of Su-24 and Su-25 aircrafts. For example, after the accurate Su-25 strike, the column dispersed and the personnel leave the combat equipment. A pair of helicopters attacked and the Su-25 attacked a large area where combat equipment and personnel are uncovered, unprotected. Thanks to the effective actions of the armies, military units, and the clear organization of interaction with the military formation of other components of the security and defense forces, it is possible to overcome even an enemy that has a quantitative advantage in forces and means. The experience gained in the war with the Russian aggressor, both positive and negative, requires immediate study and consideration when planning further military operations, and as well in the educational process in military educational institutions. Scientific and pedagogical workers of our university have a unique opportunity to personally gain combat experience by participating in combat operations, communicate with students who are direct participants in the Russian-Ukrainian war, to receive both detailed and generalized information from many sources available today, and to introduce it into educational process. Thank you for your attention. I hope that despite of low level of my English, I will be able to answer your question with help of our translators. Yes? Thank you so much. Okay. I need to be here?
I know, Tobias, you can just sit down. Thank you so much. This was a brilliant start, focusing on the ground and air domains. And now we are so fortunate that we have another very, very capable Ukrainian officer, Stepan Yakomyak, who shall give us an introduction into the naval domain. Stepan is an assistant professor at the naval unit of the Ukrainian Defense University College. So please, Stepan, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Dear Director, Generals, dear colleagues, dear all, Thanks. The topic of my speech is Russians' warfare at sea, 2022, lesson learned and perspectives. I hope that my personal experience of participating in the combat actions in the Black Sea from February 24th to May 30th will help us to understand the situation at sea. Starting my speech, I would like to invite all to search answers to the following questions. Main of these: how did the character of warfare on the Black Sea change from
February 24th to April 15th? And why did this happen? What are the main conclusions and lessons from conducting warfare at sea? And what determines the prospects for the development of situation at sea and directions of joint counteraction to aggressor? An analysis of Russians' activities in the first days of military operations at sea proved the enemy's purpose in the Black Sea were ensuring common command at sea in the northeast part of Black Sea, blocking the actions of Ukrainian task forces and seaports of Ukraine, conducting demonstrative and provocative actions. Russian forces had a complete and seemingly decisive advantage at sea, 1 to 12. Moreover, the enemy had complete command in the air, round-the-clock rotation in the air of at least 2 or more fighters at line from Cape Tarkhankut to Snake Island for surveillance and destruction of surface targets. On the slide, on the next slide, we will see main actions from the beginning of invasion. Constant presence in distance 25 kilometers to Odessa, Chornomorsk, Ochakiv. Every night, boats with sabotage groups gone to our coast. Demonstration actions, including strike and amphibious groups, selective strikes by ships and aircraft on military and civilian objects, and caliber missiles attacks from the sea. The main combat episodes are on the slide. After the successful strike on frigate Essen on April 2, as you know, and its refusal to fulfill its mission and hasty return to Sevastopol, the enemy limited the maneuvering areas of its ships no closer than 80 kilometers from Ukrainian coasts. In that time, the missile cruiser Moskva continued to maneuver in the area between Odessa gas platforms and Snake Island. When determining the priorities of targets, an important aspect was determine the level of cruisers' ability to repel a missile strike. In particular, main factors that were evaluated when considering the decision to strike the cruiser: technical readiness of weapons and ships systems, the degree of modernizations of radars and anti-aircraft missile weapons, the level of combat training of the crew, and factors and importance of destroying the ship, which is the flagship of fleet and has the name of the capital of the state. It was element of moral and psychological influence determined the priority of this target among all others. The first attempt to strike the cruiser on April 4th was unsuccessful, as you know. However, this experience and analysis of cruisers maneuvering was used to create a favorable environment and a successful missile attack on it on April 13th. The destruction of the cruiser led to a number of significant consequences. The main strategic consequences are the enemy's refusal to use most of the area of military operations, and in fact, the disruptions of enemy's command at sea. A significant decrease in the probability of amphibious operations, accordingly, a threat of new dangerous strategic directions in the war. Main Russian losses are on the slide. As you know, it was from 10 to 20% of main missiles and amphibious capabilities of Black Sea Fleet. For the future, the prospects for actions at sea are determined first of all by the following factors. The nature and results of actions on land, in particular in Crimea, and restorations of access to the Sea of Azov. And scale and forms of international security and defense cooperations. In future, if the Ukrainian land operations will have success, Black Sea Fleet will to help ground forces to conduct defense actions and conduct an evacuation operations from Sevastopol to Novorossiysk or other bases. Excuse me. In this slide, we see important aspect of warfare at sea. Grain export from Ukraine, from Ukrainian ports Odessa, Chornomorsk, Pivdeny. During August, the scale of this export was more than 3 million tons of agricultural products. But this fact is a hybrid aspect of warfare at sea. But it is hybrid agreements between Ukraine, United Nations, between Russia, United Nations, and us. The main conclusions and lessons from the experience of military operations include the successful employment of Ukrainian task forces and other parts of defense forces of Ukraine at sea disrupt the enemy's command at sea and limited the areas of combat maneuvering enemy forces to the limits of coastal waters around Crimea. Thanks to effective organization of coast defense, in particular with the creation and use of mine, missile, artillery positions, Russian amphibious operations and sharp change in the strategic situation in the war were not allowed. The lack of long-range weapons does not allow to preemptively destroy the enemy's sea-based missile carriers. And more interest lessened from this experience is Russian actions are predictable. Yesterday we discussed about this. This is many interesting for our lesson learned and our experience at sea. Dear colleagues, in conclusions, I want to tell we Ukrainians are in the fight, and we will fight under any conditions. And our experience is your experience, but we are partners and friends. Thank you for your attention. Ready to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Stepan, and for your kind words in the end there as well. We appreciate it. It's very ambitious, not to say almost rude, to ask officers who have been in a brutal war for 10 months to keep a time limit of 10, maximum 12 minutes, but you managed it very well, so thank you for that. The next speaker today, Natalia Yeremeyeva, will, as I mentioned in the introduction, try to link civilian aspects with military aspects. Natalia is an advisor at the European Wergeland Center here in Oslo. Natalia is a sociologist. Now she's working on a project supporting educational reform in Ukraine. She has broad experiences from Ukraine in general. So, Natalia, welcome.
Thanks a lot, Tobias. Thank you for this presentation, and thank you for the possibility to be a part of this very interesting conference and have the possibility to share some of the ideas on this extremely important subject. So as Tobias said, I will try to bring a slightly different perspective to what we're talking about here in this panel. And many of you probably heard that the question about what really moves Ukrainians forward and gives them the will to fight Russian aggression has been asked millions of times since the 24th of February. And there are not only military answers to that, there are also multiple answers which we can discuss. We do not really know what the answer really is, but we are absolutely convinced, and this is what I will try to show today, that armed forces do not really exist separately as a social institution, and they have a strong influence from society as a whole. And they're often a reflection of the existing social order. And this is what I will try to show today in this presentation. And so, as Tobias said, I currently work at the organization called the European Wergeland Center, which is an NGO that has been established by the Council of Europe and the Ministry of Education of Norway as a resource center on education for intercultural understanding, human rights, and democratic citizenship. And we've been working in Ukraine for the last 10 years, this program I coordinate at the moment, the program of supporting educational reforms, is already one of the bigger contributions together with some other projects from Europe, for example, from Finland, to foster democracy and democratic culture in Ukrainian schools. But after the beginning of the full-scale invasion on the 24th of February, we, just like many others, experienced a lack of knowledge on what is really happening in Ukraine in the field. And that was the reason that we decided to initiate a research project as a part of our program, just to get more information and how things are happening. And that was a research project about the Ukrainian schools in times of war. So I will share some reflections from that project with you today and show that they are very relevant to what we are discussing. So we always know that school traditionally plays a role of learning space, learning environment for children. But during the last month, and especially after this Russian aggression started in Ukraine, we see that the picture has changed dramatically, and schools started acquiring new roles and new functions. And sometimes it shows itself in quite unexpected forms. And just to make the long story short, we conducted in general 30 qualitative in-depth interviews with teachers, school principals, and high school students, in addition to 3 focus groups, and just got some very interesting results. So in addition to this traditional role school usually plays, we also saw that the schools, during the times of full-scale invasion, became the so-called humanitarian hubs, providing necessary help to the most vulnerable groups in the society. They became the spaces of trauma overcoming, just accumulating a variety of educational resources to help many people in need who needed someone to talk to and to share their thoughts and worries. But what is important for us today for the topic of this conference is that schools also became important spaces for civil resistance, providing urgent help to the Ukrainian army. And this is something that we sometimes forget or do not tend to talk about when we think about schools and education. So I would summarize it in a way that schools have Ukrainian schools have become centers of their own communities, with the focus on practices of civil resistance. And they are also predominantly based on horizontal ties, which is extremely important for us in this situation. And in the long run, all these things contribute to the strengthening of social cohesion at the local level. So this is like a very important conclusion here, that schools out of a sudden became the centers of attention, the focus, and help to the armed forces is also one of the central ideas here. So what we never asked in our research direct questions of how students or teachers or principals help the army, but these things, they came up by themselves. And I will just pay your attention to this title of my presentation. My superhero is Armed Forces of Ukraine. That's a direct quotation from one of the high school students, because we asked them in the focus group interviews who they think are their superhero, and many said, yeah, that's my dad. That's very traditional, right? Or I am now in the war, I myself is a superhero because I do this, and that. But also this answer, that Army Forces is my superhero, that was completely fascinating. So I remember another girl also mentioned a very interesting thing. So I read the transcript of the interview, and she says, as far as I remember, in our school we were gathering the plushes, the stuffed toys for the soldiers. And here I stop and say, why would that be relevant at all? And then she continues, it's because of the stuffing material we used for making pillows for the soldiers. So it's like these completely innovative ways of helping the army. But what was even more important for us in our work is another quotation from the school principal who connected that impact of a program like ours had in Ukraine concerning bringing up the democratic culture in schools. So she was saying, those hours of communication, those educational hours, they all planted that seed of patriotism. And it is in our children. I can say with confidence that our children will be patriots, and they are patriots. And so she is thinking about the small kids, 3rd, 4th grade, who are coming out with a placard, collecting money for the armed forces. And she said, you know, I think it is right here, this very day, both we and our children have become even bigger patriots of our motherland. And that's probably like of the most important conclusions of how this happens from within. And so I will finish my introduction here just reminding you that Ukraine traditionally is a country with a very low level of trust to most of the social and political institutions. And this was the same case with the armed forces. This is the data from the Kyiv International Institute of Sociology back in 2012. You see slightly over 30% of people showing trust, and then now, out of a sudden, we see that in 2022, after almost 1 year after the Russian aggression, over 90% support the armed forces, and you see that, especially after 2014, the Revolution of Dignity, the dynamics goes up, and then we see that we really have to start taking into account a whole variety of social factors. We have to see that the increased level of trust to the armed forces, combined with this bottom-up initiatives from the population and the very fact of institutionalization of volunteering practices, they create a very important fundament of starting considering social factors as building bricks, as the force behind the success of our armed forces. Because as I mentioned in the beginning, no social institution, and armed forces is not an exception here, exist apart from the society as a whole. So thank you very much for attention, and I hope that we can include this broader perspective in our discussion in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natalia. So now we heard a little bit about the deeper fundaments for successes of the Ukrainian armed forces, namely support in the society, which is an important aspect. And now we will hear more about another aspect that we also want to discuss in the Q&A later, namely military culture. So Amund Osflaten is a PhD student here at the Norwegian Defense University College. He's part of the Ukraine project, and he's studying Russian way of war in his PhD. And he will talk to us today about military culture in Russia and in Ukraine, and I know he will also raise some questions that we can think about in the break and that we will be discussing afterwards. And I just remind the audience also that there will be opportunities to ask questions, so please keep that in mind.
Oh, det var på riktig. Thank you, Tobias. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity to present a little part of my work in my PhD. In analysis of the Russian performance in the war against Ukraine, many have pointed to a lack of combat morale and discipline in the Russian forces. We have seen Russian forces leaving their equipment, deserting, or denying to carry out orders. I will try to give my take on what is the fundamental difference between the Western and the Soviet-Russian view on personnel in a military system, and why this might be relevant to explain this lack of combat morale in the Russian forces in this war. I will end my presentation with an open question to my Ukrainian friends in this panel, whether they have seen what I will describe in this presentation and how they will describe the Ukrainian armed forces in that respect. A couple of notes before I begin. I do not see a catastrophic collapse in the Russian combat morale. Despite heavy casualties and severe setbacks, the Russian army continues to fight. And secondly, I see the Russian view on personnel as a continuation of the Soviet view. On a fundamental level, the Russian military culture is system-centric. The Russian side sees personnel as a collective. The humans in the military organization are there to man the system. On the other hand, the Western military culture views the human as an individual. It is the individual soldier, officer, or the warrior, from private to general, that is the primary unit of scale. I don't think the difference between East and the West is necessarily about decentralized leadership or mission command. A lot of the successes of Western military operations is because of centralized and detailed planning of large and complex operations, for example, large-scale air campaigns. However, in my opinion, the primary difference between Russian and Western view of military personnel is the awareness that the human beings are not robots or animals. In the West, we acknowledge that humans need to feel some sort of purpose in what they are doing, and importantly, that this has to be instilled into the soldier through personal leadership. Then how is this fundamental difference showing itself in the conduct of operations? First, it is shown in how we view professionalism and discipline. In the Western approach, we want to instill a professional attitude and discipline in each and every soldier. In the Russian military culture, there is no such clear relationship between discipline and morale. For the Russians, the will to fight is a variable that can be affected, but on a collective level. In the Soviet Union, this was called the moral, political, and psychological character of the armed forces and the population. Today, they only call it the moral, psychological. The framing of the Ukrainian leadership as Nazis and the need to save Ukrainian people from them is one such measure to affect the armed forces' moral, psychological character, to instill hatred and urgency. That means that undisciplined Russian soldiers, for example, complaining, yelling at officers, stealing, or getting drunk, does not mean necessarily that they oppose the war or will not fight when ordered to. We have a tendency to see combat morale and discipline as two sides of the same thing. In the Russian army, they are not. A very good example of the lack of discipline in the Russian forces is the practice of Dedovshchina. In the Soviet and Russian forces, when the duty hours were finished, the officers left the barracks to themselves. Consequently, a system of hazing, bullying, and informal dominance amongst the soldiers developed. Even torture and murders could occur in this system of Dedovshchina. The Russian officers lacked the interest in instilling discipline and finds it comfortable to let the soldiers discipline themselves. The Russian practice of Dedovshchina and also the plundering and abuse of the civilian population in this war, as in earlier wars, are both consequences of the lack of discipline, partly at least. The second issue is that of leader density. Even though the Russian armed forces have had a reform for the last 15 years, introducing non-commissioned officers and contract soldiers, this has not translated into a more Western military culture. Russian non-commissioned officers are primarily employed for technical skills or management and are not leaders in that sense. Thus, when adding that Russian units have fewer officers at every command level, the low number of leaders, and junior leaders in particular, is a major difference between the Eastern and the Western military culture. This has significant consequences for how the Russian forces conduct operations. First of all, Russian soldiers are expected to follow orders and procedures to a larger extent than in the West. Breaking orders or even to advise against given orders is not accepted, even if it makes no tactical sense. Tactical sense. Thus, the Russian military culture is often reinforcing failure. We have seen this in how Russian forces were continuing to reinforce a failed approach in the initial days of the war. We have also seen Russian forces complaining that they are left alone without command. They genuinely do not know what they are supposed to do and tellingly ask for the presence of officers, despite there are NCO present in the unit. This shows the low leader density and, or more correctly, officer density. It also shows how the Russian treat personnel as a collective mass that are there to make the equipment work. The fundamental human need to understand the purpose in what they are ordered to do is not expected to be provided through leadership. However, the Russian armed forces are using other means to give purpose to the soldiers and thus instill combat morale. For example, by political officers. So yes, Russian forces have reintroduced a system similar to the system of political commissars in the Soviet army. Other examples are the so-called barrier troops, troops that are following behind regular troops to stop deserters and unordered retreats. These examples are all reported to be present in this war in Ukraine. However, while there are obvious disadvantages to the Russian approach, there are also some advantages. First of all, it is of course cheaper. The Western approach, with its high density of leaders and high demands of what the personnel is expected to perform, is of course more expensive. Secondly, because the Russian approach is cheaper and demands less from the personnel, it can more rapidly scale up and generate new forces. And additionally, increased force concentrations will mitigate many of the weaknesses of the Russian military culture. The large areas involved in the war, in this war, related to the territory, the forces involved, have caused low force concentrations and a largely tactical fight, which in turn demands more flexibility and competency of the personnel involved. So in my opinion, the difference in military culture is observable in the war in Ukraine. While the Russian forces have primarily a Soviet view on personnel, the Ukrainians have adopted, at least partly, the Western approach. I would very much like the other participants in the panel afterwards to comment on this observation. To what extent have Ukrainian forces adopted the Western approach to leadership and organization fully? Or maybe they have been able to pick the best from both worlds. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Amund. So we have some threads there to connect. I will try to do my best to contribute to that after the break. But I think we have a lot of different, very, very interesting aspects for the discussion. So we have already a small delay. It's bad start in that sense, but we have allocated enough time, I think. So we will take 10 minutes break. Short, but next one will be longer. So 10:48. Please be back. Okay, so we will resume, ladies and gentlemen. So, welcome back. I believe we heard a lot of different aspects, experiences from the war from different angles, and I think one common denominator for all these topics is actually a search for the reasons why the Ukrainians, especially the armed forces, have managed to defend the Ukraine so successfully in 2022. We will try to dive into that more now, and I would like to start by giving the Ukrainian participants the possibility to react to Amund's question here, or challenge actually, regarding military culture and the possible differences, but also similarities between military culture, perhaps in Russia and Ukraine. So, Amund, perhaps you want to do you want to repeat your question, or?
So it's just that most analysts see that there are some improvements in the Ukrainian forces have adopted a lot of the Western or NATO standards, as you usually call it, and try to implement this leader philosophy. But to what extent and how are you implemented that leader philosophy is to me at least very interesting to hear.
Implementation of leader philosophy, Western system. How much is there of similarities actually to Russian thinking on this topic? Vasyl, Stepan, would you like to react?
Okay. I will answer in Ukraine, yes, and you will help me with that. Дуже багато стандартів, в тому числі, що стосується leadership and command and control system і mission command, philosophy, ми вже впровадили в наших збройних силах.
We have managed to implement to a very large extent the Western leadership philosophy and command and control systems.
І, на мою думку, це суттєво. Ми на даний час наша система управління, наші відносини у військових колективах, вони суттєво відрізняються від того, як це робиться у Збройних силах Російської Федерації.
And I would say that the current leadership system, as well as the relationship among the servicemen and leaders of the armed forces of Ukraine, are significantly different to what the Russian armed forces have.
Це надає нам багато переваг, що стосується гнучкості, до змін до обстановки, адаптації до змін до обстановки швидше, ніж це робить, наприклад, ті ж самі командири російські війська.
This gives us a lot of advantages in terms of our flexibility and ability to adapt promptly to the changing situation in the combat area, unlike the Russian armed forces.
І це зіграло суттєву роль на самому початку війни.
This has played a significant role at the very beginning of the invasion.
На даний час ми також маємо певні труднощі, тому що дуже багато наших командирів нижчої ланки, багато хто загинув, на жаль, багато хто поранений, і у нас зараз таке суттєве велике завдання швидко готувати командирів тактичної ланки.
We do have a lot of difficulties, though. As one of them, I can name the loss, significant loss of officers, and especially non-commissioned officers. So our challenge now is to be able to train new leaders quickly.
Yeah, very quickly. Той мобілізований персонал, який зараз поступає в Збройні Сили України, вони не мають такого досвіду, як командири, які отримали протягом 2014-2022 року.
The newly mobilized personnel is not as experienced as those who have had some combat experience between 2014 and now.
Переважна більшість проходила службу в Збройних силах в 90-х роках, початок 2000-х. Це тоді ще існувала переважно стара радянська система. І відносини в колективі теж були старі системи.
The vast majority of those mobilized to the armed forces of Ukraine now have had their military experiences much earlier, namely in the 1990s and the beginning of 2000s, which was so close still to the Soviet-style leadership and relationship in the army.
Тому ми переконані, що західний підхід, він більш ефективний, і ми навчаємо наших командирів, наших офіцерів і сержантів саме тим підходом, який використовується в Збройних силах країнах-членах НАТО.
We have been able to see how effective the Western approach to leadership is, and we are now conducting all the trainings for our both commissioned and non-commissioned officers exactly in that approach.
Розуміємо, що дуже швидко це змінити, дуже важко змінити швидко цю систему, але наші офіцери, наші сержанти, вони показують досить такі хороші якості в навчанні, вони швидко схоплюються на літу, і я думаю, що це працюватиме далі ефективно в наших Збройних силах.
Dramatic changes require a lot of time, but I have to say that our officers are really quick learners, so we do have some optimistic views for the future.
Да, дякую. Степан?
Дещо додам. Складається зараз парадоксальна ситуація в російській культурі прийняття рішень. З одного боку, є чіткі принципи управління силами і ведення війни, з іншого боку, є практика.
There is quite an interesting controversy with regard to the Russian approach in decision-making. On the one hand, they have some stable principles. On the other hand, they have some practice.
Це дуже прекрасно можна проілюструвати одним прикладом, як використовуються ці принципи.
We can have a wonderful illustration of how these principles are applied.
Нам всім добре відомо, що в воєнному мистецтві є такий підхід, що ти підлеглому задаєш завдання, а він повинен знайти спосіб, як ефективно виконати його.
There is this interesting, quite common method in the military science and art, namely when you set a task for a soldier and they have to find the best way to fulfill it.
Тобто, з одного боку, якраз декларується, що підлеглий має право, свободу, опираючись на свій рівень професіоналізму, обрати доцільний спосіб.
So we rely on quite high level of discretion of our subordinated soldiers.
З іншого боку, є підхід централізації управління, коли навіть на найнижчій ланці запитують у старшої ланки, у ще вищої ланки, а яке ваше рішення буде? Чи треба нам сьогодні воювати, чи нам зупинитись?
On the other hand, we also use this centralized approach when the questions about the further action and tasks are asked bottom up.
Ми бачили це на прикладі в 2018 році, коли майже практично півдоби в Керченській протоці приймалося рішення, скоріше за все, що аж до Москви, до Путіна, що ж робити з українськими кораблями.
We were able to observe how this thing works in practice in 2018, when almost half a day the Russian fleet was waiting for the decision from Moscow about what to do with the Ukrainian ships.
І є протилежний підхід, і він, до речі, декларується і виконується нашими західними колегами, які виконують цей військовий принцип.
And there is this opposite approach which we clearly observe in the practice of our Western partners.
Коли командир, начальник, він з повагою ставиться до думки підлеглого і розраховує на його рішення, його думку, як виконати завдання.
In this approach, commanders have a lot of respect for the expertise of their subordinated soldiers, and they give them quite a lot of discretion in finding the best method to fulfill the task at hand.
Я вважаю, якщо б ми цей принцип, який дуже добре використовується в країнах-партнерах НАТО, в провідних арміях світу, якщо б ми його не використали, я думаю, у нас не було б успіху у всі ці попередні роки, коли ми могли щось протиставити Російській Федерації.
And I'm convinced that during all these years of our war, the ongoing war, we wouldn't have been able to make the progress we have made hadn't we used the Western approach.
Підсумовуючи, тобто з повагою ставитись до старшого, до колеги, який воює зліва-справа, і завжди надавати йому можливість реалізувати себе як особистість. Це якраз про те, що говорив сьогодні Амунд.
To sum it up, I would say that we have adopted this approach within which we have respect both for our superiors, officers, and for our subordinated soldiers, as well as for those who are on our left and our side. And we see each other as personalities. In the first place, exactly what Amund was talking about.
І це є наша з вами перевага в цій боротьбі. Дякую.
And this is our greatest advantage in this war. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we go to the Q&A session, I will ask the panelists one question. And it relates to looking forward a little bit. So we are in a situation now where Russia in September declared partial mobilization. This has had perhaps some effects on the battlefield, but arguably not that much. But that may change. And we are also in a situation with, since months, heavy airstrikes on Ukrainian civil and military aims. Winter is approaching. I would like to hear your thoughts about challenges in the upcoming winter, and also actually how to address these challenges. Maybe one or two military perspectives, and then civilian aspects. Someone who wants to tackle that one first. Amund?
I think the upcoming winter will be very crucial for the defense of Ukraine. I don't know, but I have a sneaking suspicion that a lot of the forces that was mobilized this autumn, and also forces that will be conscripted and have been conscripted, are the kind of the basis for building up, generating new forces that will become available later. Best case, all the mobilized forces were shipped into Ukraine and used to flesh out the front line in order to stabilize it, and that's that. But I have a sneaking suspicion that they are creating new forces for new offensives later. Thus that in order to defend Ukraine, this is a window of opportunity, for example, in the, supplying weapons. Because if we wait too long, if we have a trickle approach to this, it may be too late. The Ukrainians need to stand in a very strong position when the winter is going into spring, I think. At least there's a large risk there.
Thank you, Amund. Maybe we'll take a comment by Vasyl or Stepan if you have some thoughts.
Yeah. Що стосується мобілізованих, то у нас теж є певні проблеми, тому що ми збільшуємо кількість наших військ, збільшуємо кількість збройних сил і набираємо більше особового складу, так же само, як і Росія.
As for mobilization part, the Ukrainian side is also working now on increasing the number of personnel. We also mobilize people.
Але ми маємо суттєву перевагу, тому що ми маємо підтримку усього цивілізованого світу.
But we have this huge advantage of the support of the entire civilized world.
Зараз наші військовослужбовці, ви знаєте, проходять підготовку як в Великобританії, так в Німеччині і в інших країнах.
As you know, our servicemen are now being trained in the UK, Germany and elsewhere.
І наша зброя завдяки підтримці всього цивілізованого світу теж краще стає.
And our weapons are quite modern and effective thanks to the support of the world.
Якщо Росія тренувалася до нападу на Україну, провела декілька стратегічних навчань разом з Білорусією, знаєте, 21-22 рік.
In 2021-2022, Russia has conducted some drills of strategic nature together with Belarus, as you know.
І це вважалися війська, які були найкраще треновані, найкраще озброєні, то зараз у них такого шансу вже немає, на мій погляд.
So as I see it, they have lost those forces that were best trained, equipped and armed at the beginning of this invasion.
Але успіхи наших збройних сил без підтримки всього світу це знову ж таки неможливі. Тому дякую вам ще раз за підтримку.
So let me say it again, without the support of the entire globe, we wouldn't have the chance to progress in this war with the success we have now.
Thank you. Natalia, would you like to reflect a little bit upon it from the civilian perspective?
Absolutely. I would like just to say that without the help from the entire world and without the help from the entire Ukrainian society, that would be very difficult. So I will just bring this societal perspective here again, because the major challenge, in my opinion, is the question how much more resource Ukrainians have, civil society and individual Ukrainians have to continue supporting the armed forces. Because in the situation of winter, when the individual conditions are rather difficult, how much more time, how more can we invest of our volunteering and so on and so forth when we have really to take care of ourselves. But at the same time, we have very positive tendencies, and I think the opinion polls clearly show us that the major advantage in resource is the positive image of the future. This is what Ukrainians very clearly show, that despite all these difficulties, they see that there is a positive future for Ukraine, so there is a need to help, and there is a very clear vision that what they do is meaningful. On the other hand, there is also a very clear tendency that Ukrainians are willing to take economic disadvantages in order to make the victory closer. So this is also a driving force to support the armed forces in their struggle. And the very last thing is that most of the Ukrainians, over 60%, as a matter of fact, of those who answered the opinion polls from the Kyiv International Institute of Sociology, they claim that they feel themselves being a part of national resistance. So they feel this glue of common victory and a common thing done with the armed forces. And I think this is one of the biggest advantages Ukraine has now at the moment, that entire country joins together with the forces from outside the country to bring the victory as soon as possible.
Very well. So, over to you, our dear audience. If you have some questions or really short comments, but best is questions. Please raise a hand. Okay, Saira.
Do I need a microphone or do I? Yes. Thank you. You have indirectly spoken about the importance of professional military education, and I know that there's been sort of a reform after the annexation of Crimea. How important is professional military education and leadership in what's going on now? And when you said that you have to educate leaders really quickly, like what do you focus on and how do you do it?
Excellent, very hands-on question, but let's actually gather a few more. I think there was one.
Yes, good morning, still morning. My name is Arne Dahlhaug. I'm a retired Lieutenant General, and it's just great to see the National Defense University of Ukraine back here in Oslo. When I was the commandant of NATO Defense College, I was actually giving lectures at the university when General Tellim was the commandant. So those were great visits. Also, I've served 3 years as a senior manager in the OSCE, the SMM for Ukraine, Special Monitoring Mission in the Russian-occupied areas. And I've seen 3 winters in the Donbass. And I know they can be quite cold and with a lot of snow. So I guess my question goes to the colonel of infantry, because the infantry will take on a greater importance when the winter comes. And I have observed, of course, that you are quite well equipped for winter warfare, also in 2016 to 2019, and I guess it has improved. So what I will look for is your thoughts on how the winter warfare will develop seen from the Ukrainian perspective in the Donbass in the upcoming months. So I would be very much interested in your thoughts and reflections on that topic. Thanks a lot.
Very well. So we will start there, and in the meantime, think about new questions. Ideally, also linking civil society to military domain. This is something we try to cover here. But let's start with these 2 questions. So maybe you want to start with the question from Mr. Dahlhaug on winter war. Mm-hmm. And then Stepan, if you would like to address military education. So.
На мою думку, наші Збройні сили з 2014 року і по теперішній час вони мають досить таки суттєвий досвід у веденні війни як літом та зимою, в будь-яких умовах.
So, as I see it, the situation, the armed forces of Ukraine have had a lot of experience, combat experience in all seasons.
Але як для наших Збройних сил, так і для противника є певні переваги і недоліки під час ведення бою в холодний час.
As for the winter season, both the Ukrainian armed forces and Russian armed forces have some advantages and disadvantages.
Мороз може дати можливості використовувати і бойову техніку, і особовий склад на широкому спектрі території, на широкій території, не тільки по дорогах, але і на іншій території. Але як для нас, так і для противника.
On the one hand, we know about the fact that below zero temperatures make the soil solid, which gives us better opportunities of moving, not only on the roads, but elsewhere. But this is the advantage that is there for both the Ukrainian army and the Russian army.
Але українська зима, вона не завжди сурова, в більшості випадків вона більш м'яка, і це не дає можливості здійснювати широкий маневр для механізованих, для танкових військ, мотопіхоти. Да.
So Ukrainian winter is not always giving these below zero temperatures, and we are not always able to maneuver broadly in our territory.
І з мого досвіду, і з досвіду наших сухопутних військ були різні випадки, коли, наприклад, недооцінка погодних умов, навколишнього середовища призводила до часом трагічних наслідків, коли не могли, наприклад, форсувати річку, яка нібито заморожена, але танки йшли під воду, і ми втрачали особовий склад і техніку. І у противника the same situation.
From my own experience, I know how insufficient consideration of the seasonal specificity of our winter can lead to significant losses both in military personnel and equipment. For example, we could try to force a river and the ice is not thick enough and we lose the equipment and people.
Я думаю, що ви повинні здійснювати інтенсивну підготовку до наступальних дій, тому що хто буде володіти ініціативою, той буде мати успіх.
And I think the key is the initiative, which means we have to be prepared for counteroffensive.
І як тільки нам дозволить ситуація виконати наступальні дії, ми повинні здійснювати це.
So once we see this opening window of opportunity for the counteroffensive, we have to go ahead and do it.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Хотів би так відповісти на питання Сайри.
I'd like to answer the question from Sarah.
Тут дуже високоповажне таке товариство. Тут переді мною мій керівник, директор департаменту військової освіти і науки, керівник навчального закладу норвезької сторони, генерали, які задають питання. Ми всі розуміємо, що ключовий ресурс, ключове – це виховання лідера.
I have a very honorable audience in front of me. There is a director of our military education and science department, some generals asking questions. So I would say that the key to training and education of leaders is focusing on just that, the leaders.
І це стратегічний аспект, тому що основним ресурсом, зараз ми говорили про які перспективи війни, це людський ресурс.
And I would say that taking into consideration the broader perspective, the human resource is the most valuable one.
Я не помилюсь, якщо скажу, що сьогодні кожен українець, кожен громадянин України проходить певний свій курс лідерства.
I believe I wouldn't make it too far-fetched if I said that every Ukrainian is now being trained in leadership skills.
Тому що ключова якість лідера – це зрозуміти, в яких обставинах ти є і що ти повинен зробити.
Because the key skill for a leader is to quickly orient or maneuver in the situation where you find yourself.
Якщо звузити питання до підготовки військових лідерів, то Україна за останній час дуже просунулась вперед.
If I narrow the question down to military leaders only, I would say that here Ukraine has made a lot of progress recently.
Я скажу тільки декілька відомих для фахівців, які тут зібрались, фактів про існуючу систему лідерства і як зараз, куди ми зараз рухаємось.
Let me name just a few facts about the leadership training system in Ukraine and where we are heading.
Для прикладу, як і мій колега Василь, так і я є керівником, академічним директором курсів L2, тактичних курсів для видів Збройних сил, сухопутних військ, військово-морських сил.
Vasyl and I are both academic leaders for L2 tactical trainings for each types of our respective course.
Ми використовуємо на наш погляд, дуже добре використовуємо досвід наших партнерів, вас. Як у НАТО, в країнах НАТО проводяться подібні курси?
I would say we are quite effectively using the experience which you our partners are sharing with us, I mean NATO experience.
І ключовим модулем в цих курсах є лідерство, а потім вже тактика, а потім вже, якщо потрібно, оперативне мистецтво і, безумовно, стратегія.
And the key module in these courses or these trainings are leadership skills. Only after that do we proceed to tactics, strategy, and other modules.
І ключове, над чим працюємо зараз ми в навчальному закладі, в університеті оборони, я думаю, що це поділяють, напевно, наші колеги, які іноземні тут знаходяться. Ключове – це зрозуміти, як підготувати лідера для майбутнього.
And the key priority for us as the academic institution and the educational institution now is to focus on how to train a leader for the future.
І, можливо, я завершуючи скажу 2-3 коротких таких моменти, як я бачу лідера сьогодні і як цього досягнути.
So let me say just 2 or 3 points about how I see the leader of the future.
Безумовно, зараз у війні нас готує до війни сама ця обстановка. У нас немає вибору або відступити, або йти вперед. Це є ключова особливість від підготовки в мирний час.
Clearly, this war itself is training us how to be leaders. We have no other choice but to be good leaders, or else we lose.
Друге, лідер повинен, безумовно, розуміти, бачити, дуже важливий аспект, знати історичний досвід, як воювали до нас, і тоді ми будемо знати, як воювати нам далі.
The second important point for a leader of the future is to have a good perspective of the past, of the history.
Ну і ключове те, що вже сьогодні говорилося, жодний командувач не воює сам. З ним воюють його підлеглі. І тому повага, мотивація, віра в нього і віра в те, що справді ми робимо правильну справу в цій війні, це є ключове для виховання лідера сьогодні.
And my last point is that any commander wouldn't win a war without his or her soldiers. So the key here is to instill this respect and trust in the subordinated personnel.
І ключове заключне речення, ми говорили про це вчора, і вперше позавчора, коли зустрілись, досвід показує, що ми повинні вірити, і наші норвезькі колеги повинні вірити, що противник, який є перед нами, він не такий сильний. І за нами, як говориться, правда, ми його переможемо. Віра є ключовим переконанням для того, щоб вести ефективну боротьбу.
And my last sentence would be about what we have discussed with you, our dear partners, yesterday and the day before. Namely, we should have the belief in our strength, and we shouldn't think that our enemy is unstoppable.
Thank you. So, Natalia, you wanted to come in at this point, but please make it very brief.
I will make it very short. I'm very happy that we started speaking about these aspects of leadership. The only thing I wanted to remind you is that when the young men and women come and join the military forces, they do not start learning the leadership styles at that point of time. This is something, some principles and values which they already come with, and this is where education plays in. When I introduced our research to you and mentioned that certain civic competences that help Ukrainians mobilize and help the army, these are exactly the same civic competences which help the young potential military leaders in their future military career. And these are exactly the same principles the new Ukrainian school, this reform which we support, teaches these young kids. This is what they come with to the army. And this is what I think is a big difference between Russia and Ukraine at this point of time. There's this new generation of potential military leaders in Ukraine are brought up with a completely different set of values, starting from the school level, based on the educational system, than it happens in Russia. You cannot come completely without this this baggage and start, building yourself up professionally as a military leader when you are 18, 20, or 25 years old. So this is what I would like to point out. This is where this connection comes between these factors. This is a huge advantage of our educational system, which managed to turn in a way in order to produce this new generation, which helps Ukraine fight much more effectively than the Russian counterparts.
Thank you. So I think we have only time for one more question. I have already one on my list. That is Lars Peder, our own Lars Peder in the middle.
Thank you. My name is Lars Peder Haga. I'm an associate professor at Air Force Academy at Norwegian Defense University College. And my question is primarily to Natalia. We have talked about the punishment campaign that Russia is conducting against Ukraine now, destroying energy infrastructure and hoping to force the population into compelling the government somehow to make a peace on Russian terms because life is too hard. The historical records tells us that these kinds of campaigns are usually not very effective, or at least they will take a very long time because societies are resilient. And a rather important part of that is that you are seen as able to strike back in some way. And the Ukrainian military has conducted some very creative, very interesting strikes into the Russian interior. In Belgorod very early, Saki on Crimea, against Sevastopol, and now recently in Saratov against the Engels Air Base. Is it possible to measure the effect of these strikes that Ukraine is seen as being able to strike back? And if so, can you say something about it? How important have these Ukrainian strikes into Russia been?
Thank you.
Was that to me? But I think there are indirect ways of measuring that, and the opinion polls which are being conducted now in Ukraine, they give us the answers. But the answers come already, or have come already from before the war. I remember a very popular question of if Ukrainians were willing to agree to economic losses for the sake of their freedom. The question from 2019, I remember that the number of people who wanted freedom more and were willing to take up economic losses in eastern Ukraine, in those parts of Donetsk region, which was under Ukrainian rule, was much higher than in western regions of Ukraine. So this has already showed us something back then. And now we'll also measure and see, number one, the migration flow did not increase considerably. So most of the refugees left Ukraine and internally displaced. This all happened before the strikes. So people are there where they are, they're fighting, they're protecting their own territory, and they are willing, and they also answer the questions from the sociologists saying that we're not going anywhere, we're going to protect our land, and we're going to help our armed forces as much as we can. So this is it. This is a very, very clear answer. And I think this is the way you measure it. You see how people fight back. And this is like a common victory. This is a war for entire Ukraine. So this is like more or less a patriotic war in Ukraine.
Thank you. So we will end there. Of course, invite you to continue the discussion in the break. Before we go to the break, I would like to thank our panelists very much. This was an interesting discussion, and especially thank our colleagues from the Ukrainian Armed Forces who came all the way from Ukraine in the midst of war. This is impressive, and we appreciate that you're here. This is something that we cannot say enough, I feel. This is truly heartfelt. And I also thank our audience for good questions. So we will resume here at 12:15. 11:45. Okay, so I thought you had lunch now, So we have to have one more panel before we have lunch. So this is coffee time then. 11:45 is what we have to remember. Thank you.
So now we will start with the second panel, and I will ask the chair to come up. It's our own Håvard Bekken, and Håvard is a senior researcher at the National Defense University College. He is also the head of, for the moment as well, the Contested Ukraine project financed by the Norwegian Research Council. And this panel is exactly about that project. So, floor is yours, Håvard. Welcome.
Thank you, Tom. Dear everyone, you have seen the title of our conference, War and Intelligence in the Information Age. Sadly, however, it could have been War and Intelligence in the Disinformation Age. And this is the topic of this second panel. Because the war in Ukraine, as you all know, is not only a kinetic war, it is also a war of narratives, a struggle to reach both domestic and international audiences with targeted information to influence our interpretation of the war, as well as its global context. So this dimension may seem abstract and of little significance when missiles and artillery shells dominate the battlefield, but this war of perceptions and narratives may have crucial impact on decisions, political decision-making, as well as military decision-making that can start, prolong, or end wars. And in times of higher stakes, I believe it is more crucial than ever to understand, identify, and counter attempts to distort information. I am glad to have a panel with me on stage with intimate knowledge of different aspects of Russian strategic communication, disinformation, as well as other attempts to influence target populations. I will call you up here one at a time. We have 3 introductions in this panel, so slightly more time for each. We will start in the occupied regions of Ukraine. Olga Pashkova is a researcher at the National Defense University of Ukraine and part of this Contested Ukraine research project. She is working on so-called military patriotic education in these occupied territories of Ukraine and attempts to shape perceptions and identities of the youth population. Of course, in the occupied territories, the occupants have completely different tools at their disposal. They have the powers that are usually associated with real states. So they have the schooling system, they have kindergartens, they have all these different tools at their disposal to turn the population, the youth population, away, to change their perceptions of the war, yes, but also to change their perceptions of the world and their very identity. So this is a very serious matter. Please, Olga, enlighten us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Can I just? Yeah, just. Dear colleagues, dear all, my colleagues previously told you about the battlefields on the land and on the sea, but the battlefields in the mines are also brutal. So if you want to defeat your enemy, educate his children, as the proverb says. The Ukrainian children and youth were in focus of the military and political leadership of the Russian Federation after the occupation of the Donetsk and Luhansk regions in 2015. The period of occupation proves that providing the specific educational process and extracurricular activities for local minors was aimed to form specific patriotic attitudes. Analysis of the activity of the military patriotic clubs make it possible to highlight some general aspects of their work in the context of the events of 2022. It doesn't work. Yeah, just can change the slide.
Maybe I should use
So making the impact on the large audience is effective using the specifically trained personnel. Especially recruitment of staff in the military patriotic clubs provided for the involvement as instructors and mentors, former or active members of illegal armed groups, with the image of local heroes and defenders, and the training and the retraining of leaders of military patriotic clubs. Thus, some individuals headed local children's and youth organizations even before the start of the armed conflict in Donbass in 2015. These persons were involved in special events such as conferences and seminars, which were held annually. The similar situation was with the other teaching staff of educational institutions of all levels. There were special seminars for training in the sphere of patriotic education for them. From 2014 to 2019, the number of such organizations in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine increased significantly. According to the occupational administrations of the so-called DPR, their number increased 3 times, and the number of their members almost 4 times. At the same time, the number of club members was heterogeneous and depended on the size of the settlement, from the several dozen to several hundred people. But involvement of the maximum number of minors was the aim. According to the Ukrainian public organization Eastern Human Rights Group, 8,437 children received military training in such clubs during the period of 2014-2021. That was local minors aged 8-17 years old, in particular school children who were active in educational institutions during such so-called courage lessons that glorified republics and the members of the illegal armed groups. Without gender restrictions, some clubs, such as Amazon's club, was staffed mainly by female members. And all social strata, but primarily children or relative or former or active members of the illegal armed groups. The children of the security forces member were primarily considered as a potential resource for staff in such structures in the future. Also, orphans and children deprived of parental care were of interest. For example, it was this contingent that made up the majority of the members of the Youth of Novorossiya Club, created under the auspices of the so-called Ministry of Internal Affairs of the LPR in the fall of 2015. But these children didn't have personal relations. Admission of children to military patriotic clubs was conditioned as a rule by the decision of parents or other relatives, by own initiative, but with the permission of the parents, or by the example of one peers, which was determined by the attractiveness of the offered military attributes and functioning according to the military model. Indeed, the created clubs functioned as a military units with a structure, relations in accordance with the requirements of the combined military statutes, wearing military uniform and insignia, and providing military training, including the use of weapons. The club's activity program was generally typical and provided the basics of the tactical, fire, physical, and medical training, and also ideological work with the young people, so-called military patriotic education, because teaching someone to use the gun without showing him the potential target or potential enemy is nonsense. So minors were able to demonstrate their achievements in military training during regular several-day meetings or in paramilitary camps, both in the temporarily occupied territory of Donbass, mainly on training bases of local illegal armed groups, or in the territory of Russian Federation on the basis of the military units of the armed forces of Russian Federation. The short-term nature of the camps and their seasonality, mostly during the summer holiday period, in general doesn't give grounds for certain high indicators of the effectiveness of the military training, but their short duration made it possible to involve a significant number of minors in a short period of time, from a few dozen to 200 participants. For example, in 2019, a large-scale event was organized with the involvement of 100 minors aged 11-16, as you can see in the picture, from 12 clubs from the occupied cities of the Donetsk region. Why we pay so much attention to the practical orientation of the clubs? Representatives of the occupation administrations openly announced that the prospect of further recruitment of the members of military patriotic clubs into the illegal armed groups. And after the large-scale invasion of the Russian Federation in 2022, the facts of the participation of the former members of such clubs were revealed. For example, a graduate of the mentioned Youth of Novorossiya club died during hostilities in the spring of 2022. At the same time, it should be noted that military and ideological training of young people during 8 years of the armed conflict in Donbass could not compensate for the insufficient amount of human resources to ensure a large-scale invasion of armed forces of Russian Federation. With this in mind, on February 19, 2022, the so-called republics announced a mobilization of men aged 18-45. A separate part of those conscripted were students of local higher educational institutions of all courses and specialties aged 18 to 23. In fact, local universities and vocational schools were considered by the occupation administrations as an object of mobilization potential, and cases of mobilized students being captured by the defense forces of Ukraine were recorded already in the first half of March. You can see the screenshot of the briefing Donetsk student that was held in Kyiv in April 22, where they told how they were mobilized and sent to the battlefield. On the next picture, you can see the trial of the mobilized people from the so-called DPR, and some of them were students. Why we pay so much attention to this contingent? Because at the time of the occupation of certain districts of Donetsk and Luhansk regions in 2014, these young men were school children between 9 and 12 years old. We don't know for sure how many of them were members of the military patriotic clubs or were involved in the paramilitary camps or other activities providing military training, but what we can say for sure that their upbringing was carried out in the conditions of the massive hard propaganda during the educational and extracurricular activities. So local youth was considered as a potential mobilization resource in the case of an escalation of armed aggression against Ukraine. An experience of militarization of minors in 2014-2021 was implemented by Russian invaders on the newly occupied territories, but in a more harsh way, let's say. For example, we can say about the recruiting into the paramilitary organizations. For example, minors of the occupied Mariupol were forcibly involved into the paramilitary organization Army. And during the summer period, the paramilitary camp for these minors was held in one of the occupied towns of the Donetsk region. You can see that in the picture. Also, the Russian occupying administrations implemented a harsh policy in the educational sphere. The pressure on the administration and teaching staff of educational institutions, coercion to cooperate and transit to Russian standards of teaching, and recertification of Ukrainian teachers. The pressure was accompanied with destroying Ukrainian symbols, school textbooks with a special emphasis on textbooks on the Ukrainian language, literature, and history. Everything linked to the Ukrainian identity. You can see on the picture the Russian textbooks that our forces found on the deliberated territories of the Kharkiv region. Also, the pressure on parents was observed. For example, if they refused to send their children into the brand new Russian schools on the occupied territories, they were threatened to be deprived of their parental rights. And also the Russian policy regarding the child population of the occupied regions of Ukraine, in particular children deprived of parental care, became indicative. The Russian authorities shared the data according to which the occupiers removed up to 2,000 orphans from the temporarily occupied regions of Ukraine. For example, 46 pupils of the Kherson regional orphanage under the age of 5 were taken to the occupied Simferopol. Or 350 orphans from Donetsk and Luhansk regions have already been illegally adopted and resettled in the 16 regions of the Russian Federation. So as we can see, Russian strategy with the Ukrainian youth in 2022 included harsh Russification, erasure of Ukrainian identity, pressure on their parents and teaching staff, and also illegal adoption by citizens of the Russian Federation for further indoctrination of Russian patriotism. So in this case, we would say, so if we want to defeat our enemy, we should educate our children. Thank you for your attention.
Wonderful, thank you, Olga. As in the last panel, we'll have the questions and answers sessions towards the end of this panel, but you may take notes and prepare the questions in advance so we have a good discussion. Our second presenter will be Colonel Irina Izhutova. She is also with the National Defense University of Kyiv, and she's also a participant in our contested Ukraine research project. Your position is at the head of the training section at the Strategic Communication Training and Research Center. Your presentation is about Russian strategic communication, but I would like you first to perhaps present your place of work and how you work to the degree you are allowed to, of course.
Thank you. Works. Dear General, dear Director, dear Ambassador, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of our conference, it's a great pleasure to be here today with you and share some ideas about our experience in fighting against Ukraine. My presentation will be more about information aspects of this war. First of all, I would like to thank you for invitation and for support your country provides us. Really appreciate it, and we feel real friends here in Norway. Thank you very much. Then I would like just to answer 3 W questions: what, why, and who. My name is Colonel Irina Izhutova. I am head of training section from the Strategic Communications Center of the National Defense University of Ukraine. I am PhD in public administration, and my dissertation was, the topic of my dissertation thesis was strategic communications. Previously, I have experience of service within the press service of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine until 2019. So, the next point, I just want to share some thoughts about how Russia spreads its disinformation and propaganda, especially in the Ukrainian information environment. And I can say you that truly they can use the same structure, the same approaches in every country, in every nation. And especially I will focus on the spreading of this disinformation and propaganda since February 24. It's more interesting. we have focused our research especially on Telegram channels. Why Telegram channels? Because since February 24, this social media has become more popular among Ukrainian people. They share messages inside of this social media, they read news in this social media. That's why Russian propaganda uses this social media widely to spread it disinformation. And especially we surfed through Russian Telegram channels, which are pseudo-Ukrainian. They are pretended to be Ukrainian, so-called Ukrainian. They are managed from Russia. Russian managers, administrators are responsible for these Telegram channels, but they are pretended to be Ukrainian, and they send messages in text messages in Russian, but the source, allegedly the source of these messages is from Ukrainian office of president, but it's not true. It's pseudo-Ukrainian channels. Another group of channels, Russian military, so-called Russian military journalists. In Russian, it will be военкоры. I guess you know this term. And bloggers. So unfortunately, the problem is that some messages which are texted in these pseudo-Ukrainian Telegram channels, they go to Russian information environment, and then they will come back to Ukrainian media. Some people translate these messages from Russian media or from these pseudo-Ukrainian channels, and nobody knows the true source of this information, who was the source of this information. And people, unfortunately, people believe these messages. So to my opinion, this is the most dangerous thing, because they do not understand that they reproduce Russian narrative. They think they reproduce just Ukrainian ones. We have analyzed several, this block of Telegram channels, and we have found that the information was structured and instructed in several topics. So they spread these main topics. There are a lot of them, but I have defined it just 4 of them: corruption, war fatigue, Ukraine conflict threatens Europe and world, and intragovernmental conflict within Ukraine. They spread messages under these topics. Okay. So I have analyzed their messages according to these 4 information blocks, and I evaluated the mentioned processes according to the following indicators: triggers, peaks, declines, and some silence phases. And you see that I structured it on the picture, right? What is the reason of spreading all these information blocks, to my opinion? The first one, to divert attention, to switch it from one's own failures and defeats at the front line. Because really, when they regroup or defeat in Kyiv region, in Kharkiv region, in Kherson region, they launch a new information block. So this is the trigger for their information spreading. The second reason, they want to reduce aid from partners provided to Ukraine. And sometimes they use corruption topic to discredit Ukraine in the eyes of partners. As well as the reason is to sow some panic inside of country. And we spoke during previous panel, there was a question about critical infrastructure destroying. yes, they tried to make some explosion inside of Ukraine now, from society. And the important was that in the beginning, the life cycle of information blogs was short. They tried to find the better information blog for their disinformation. And sometimes they launch several information blogs at the same time just to see which blog will be more popular, more interesting for population. And I see that the topic of corruption remained and remains dominant, unfortunately. When they spread and form their messages, they just take into account human beings. They understand that human beings are interested in some corruption issues. That's why they use this quality and they form their texts and messages. Surely all their messages and texts are aligned with their Russian strategic narratives deployed against Ukraine. As a conclusion, because I know that I should follow the time, I would like to say that can provide several recommendations. First of all, it is ineffective to respond to such blogs. Better to spread own strong narrative. If we spread our own strong narrative, it's better, it will work. It is necessary to pay attention to target audience, keep them informed. Really, if we will keep silence, they will read these Telegram channels and so on, different social media. It sounds bizarre, but we need to ensure good monitoring of social media, especially in our case, Telegram channels. And the last one, for me it's very important, media literacy of population. If people are aware of how to read messages, how to read news, how to watch TV and so on, they will be aware of disinformation and propaganda cases. Thank you very much for your attention. So I'm ready.
Thank you so much. And thank you for reminding us very clearly that disinformation and false narratives is not simply something that we experience in newspapers as a vague, overarching phenomenon, but something that actually is supporting specific military operations and developments on the ground. Last up is Anton Cherkovtsov, who is currently based in Vienna and director for the Center of Democratic Integrity. He will share with us some major Russian disinformation narratives targeting both Ukraine and the rest of the world. And I would like to also ask you to briefly present this Center of Democratic Integrity, how you work and how you help us in understanding the challenges and countering them. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the organizers of this conference for having me, and the participants of the conference. As I was introduced by the moderator, my name is Anton Cherkovtsov. I'm the chair of the Center for Democratic Integrity, an NGO based in Vienna. I'm originally from Sevastopol. I left my home city in 2014, just before the annexation. Never went back. And in Austria, where I am based today, I founded this a center the aim of which is to analyze attempts of authoritarian regimes to influence politics and societies in Europe. We are mostly focusing on the malign influence of the Russian Federation, but also China, Iran, and some other countries. One of the most recent publications that we did is that this a collection of chapters, RT in Europe and beyond, looking at various versions of Russia Today, now known as RT. I brought some copies, so if you're interested, I will be happy to give a copy to you. But today I will be talking about various narratives that Russia spreads in order to provide some information support for its unprovoked and unjustified aggression against Ukraine. My talk my discussion will overlap with the previous presenter because some of the narrative, obviously, they are shared through different audiences. But I'd like to start with saying that the narratives that Russia promotes and advances, they are all different, and the major difference, the line that divides those narratives is really what audience in particular Russia wants to target. And in many cases we see that Russia's narratives, propaganda narratives, they are tailor-made for very, very specific audiences. There are different reasons why this is happening. One explanation is that it has different objectives with every audience. Yeah? If we're talking about the domestic audience in Russia, Russian speakers, Russian citizens, the Kremlin, Moscow, wants to convince its own population that its actions are justified. They also want to give some sort of rationale for the troops. And here's the time for me to very politely disagree with General Kristoffersen, who said that it's only Putin's war. Well, it's not, and also the morale of the Russian troops can still be very high because of the narratives that the Kremlin promotes, and I will mention them. With the Ukrainian audience, of course, the aim is to, well, in general with Ukraine, is to subjugate Ukraine. So it's about the narratives that Moscow is pushing here is to confuse Ukrainians and suppress Ukrainians' will to resist. With Western audiences, again, it's I think quite clear. It's to undermine the consensus. It's to undermine the Euro-Atlantic solidarity with Ukraine among Ukraine's allies and partners. And there is another very specific audience of the global South, which can be divided, of course, also we can identify a very important audience there as China and India, but also we should not forget about Africa, where Russia has been very, very active in recent years. But let me start with the domestic audience in Russia first. So I also identify strategic and tactical narratives that we may actually discuss whether particular narratives belong to the strategic category or it's just tactical. For me, it's important to divide between these two because, in my opinion, strategic narratives, they don't really change. While the lifespan of tactical narratives may be quite short. It all depends on a particular situation that Russia finds itself in within the framework of the war. So one of the main strategic narratives that the Kremlin advances for its domestic audience is that the Ukrainian nation does not exist, that Ukrainians are confused or manipulated Russians. It's a very, very long, age-long narrative that Moscow produces and maintains that Ukrainians are simply one part of a larger, greater Russian nation, well, together with Belarusians, of course. So three smaller nations they make this one greater Russian nation. And when people, when Ukrainians identify themselves as Ukrainians, they are manipulated by the external forces, or they are just confused. They just don't remember that they are in fact Russians. Another strategic narrative is that as a country, Ukraine was granted existence by Russia. It completely manipulates history of how Ukraine was formed, how Russia was formed, but this is a narrative that we find it's a commonplace in Russian strategic narratives. And the sovereign Ukraine is a project of anti-Russia. And I will be mentioning this again a bit later, which I find this particular phrase anti-Russia very important, and it has more to offer, more to consider when we hear this. The idea is that beyond this anti-Russia project, is that so Putin and his clique and many other officials and politicians in Russia believe that Ukraine, as a sovereign country, as a country that may be westernized, may be modernized, is a threat to the Russian civilization. The idea is that if we have a separate civilization, and it's Slavic, it's Orthodox, and that this civilization cannot be part of the West, by definition. Ukraine actually challenges this concept, and if it can be westernized, it will show that Russia can also be westernized, and then it is anti-Russia. This is why Ukraine, independent Ukraine, is anti-Russia in the view of those in power in the Russian Federation. Then technical reasons, technical narratives for domestic audience. These may change. Only these strategic ones do not change. One of them, Russia's war against Ukraine is not a war, but a special military operation. This is actually quite clear why they're saying this is a special military operation. The same reason for naming the war against Georgia in 2008 as a peacekeeping operation, because that would actually be against the Russian law to have a war of aggression against any other nation. So in order not to be legally prosecuted within its own country, although I can't imagine who could be able to do this, but still, they are obsessed with the legal terminology. This is why it's special military operation and not a war. Another narrative, those Ukrainians who oppose the Russian rule are Nazis, and denazification, as you may know, is one of the objectives of that special military operation. Essentially, using these terms like Nazi, in my opinion, and in my opinion of some of my colleagues, is basically a dehumanizing element of the invasion, which I would define in its nature as a genocidal invasion. When we unpack this idea of calling Ukrainians who identify themselves as Ukrainian as Nazis, we will see that denazification is just a euphemism for genocide. NATO uses Ukraine to attack Russia. Demilitarization of Ukraine as one of the objectives of the special military operation, yet another tactical narrative. Russia never lost wars. Another very important narrative that is for which domestic audience is a target. Some other tactical narratives, very briefly. Ukraine commits genocide of ethnic Russians in the Donbass and elsewhere in Ukraine. Russia fights NATO, not Ukraine. This narrative especially became very popular, or at least most of the people started, not most of the people, but influencers in Russia started advancing these narratives, especially when Russia started to suffer losses. So they needed to explain to their own population that it's not the Ukrainians that actually win. It's the NATO. Ukrainians cannot win. They are these small people. But NATO, yeah, we're fighting against NATO now. Ukraine's territory belongs to Russia. We do not occupy Ukrainian lands. We return to Russia what is rightfully ours. Again, very unpopular. and Ukraine's leaders are Satanists, and this is quite bizarre, and this narrative emerged quite recently, comparatively. Some of you may know that there were soldiers in the Russian army who were of non-Russian origin. They were from the I think Caucasus, one of the Caucasus countries, and they killed some other Russian conscripts or soldiers because they apparently or reportedly humiliated their Islamic faith. So they tried to invent this narrative about Ukrainian leadership being Satanists in order to introduce a very common line why we are fighting this war. We're fighting a war against the evil in all religions, not only in the Christian religion, not only in the Orthodox faith, but also in Islam and other. And then narratives for Ukrainian audience, Russians and Ukrainians are brotherly nations. Ukraine is part of the Russian civilization. I think it's all very clear. Ukraine can only be successful together with Russia, and which also now this last strategic narrative is also translates to an idea that only Russia can actually protect Ukraine's borders. And then there is this technical narrative about Poland trying to get some of Ukraine's land. Tactical narratives. Ukrainian leadership betrays the interests of the ordinary Ukrainian people. Then there is another narrative that was mentioned in the previous presentation about corrupt government. The West will fight Russia to the last Ukrainian. So again, we're not fighting against Ukraine. We are not fighting against you. We are fighting against the West that is trying to use you against us. And then this notorious gay rapper narrative that the West is degenerate and Ukraine should not join it. My mistake. Yeah, so that's the values of the West. They are so counter to the values of our civilization. Ukraine belongs to our civilization. The narrative for the Western audiences: strategic. Russia is a global power that has a right to have its own sphere of influence, and Ukraine belongs there. Ukraine as part of the West poses an existential threat to Russia. And again, there is an overlap with some of the these anti-Russia of Ukraine being an anti-Russia project, and the West is encircling Russia, or NATO is encircling Russia. And then there are tactical narratives. The West attacks Russia because of inherent Western Russophobia. And here's an interesting remark, that when the Kremlin produces those tailor-made approaches to every audience, it also tries to exploit what it believes to be weaknesses, or at least sensitivities of those audiences. So if in the West, one of the sensitive matters is racism and xenophobia, so they would use those sensitivities against the West itself. So here comes Russophobia. Yeah? It's racism against Russians, in order to try to somehow manipulate Western sensitivities. The same with the Global South. I will talk about this. Western sanctions are damaging for European businesses, a very old narrative. Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries in the world. Again, using sensitivity of the West about corruption, the Kremlin attacks Ukraine for being apparently corrupt. Ukraine has an immense Nazi problem. Again, this overlaps with some of the domestic narratives. Russians and Ukrainians are one people, saying like, why do you support Ukraine's independence? It's our people anyway. You shouldn't do this. Some other technical narratives. European support for Ukraine will result in the geopolitical decline of Europe. The US uses the Ukraine war to cement its position as the dominant power. Western weapons given to Ukraine will end up with international terrorists, again exploiting, manipulating sensitivities of the Western audiences. Nuclear threat, Russian nuclear weapons, or Ukraine's dirty bomb. And again, the lifespan of some of those technical narratives may be quite short. This idea about Ukraine's dirty bomb existed, I think, only for maybe 3-4 weeks. And then the narratives for the global south. I'm running out of time. Strategic. Russia is the leader of the global anti-imperialist and anti-colonialist front. This is quite a new one. The Kremlin has been promoting this idea, actually started promoting this idea more or less actively only maybe in the last 1 or 2 years. The West is using the Ukraine war to reclaim global domination, and Ukraine is part of the Russian legitimate sphere of influence. So these are main strategic narratives for the global south. And technical ones, Western support for Ukraine is driven by Western anti-Russian racism, again, to somehow use this racism discourse in order to condemn the West and its support for Ukraine. Ukraine with Western support endangers global food security. This is specifically important for African countries. And Ukraine is developing biological weapons with Western support. And again, you may have heard that Russia's representatives at the UN or members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation would be talking nonsense about, I don't know, infected pigeons or some mosquitoes that are spreading diseases. It may be very, very funny and ridiculous for us, Europeans, but these are technical narratives that are not tailor-made for us. They are made for some people in the global south, where pandemics and diseases are a very sensitive issue. So this is not for us, this is for them, and they are actually quite successful in spreading those narratives too. So I will stop here, and thank you very much for your attention.
I invite you to take the stage. Also, Rina Olga.
Oh, that's right.
We will open for questions, but I would like to use my privilege as a chair to initiate the discussion and follow up on the last presentation. Because it is, of course, one thing to have policy intentions and something else entirely to be able to actually influence the target populations. And we had some rather dark interpretations by you, I think, that these operations are actually quite successful in convincing the Russian population and also populations in the global south. I would like to ask the two others, what do you think? To what degree is the Russian influence operations within your cases and the cases you discuss successful? Irina, please start.
If we speak about the degree of their success, I guess that everyone in the world today understands that their disinformation and propaganda, they affect only Russian population. I hope so. Yes, there are some cases, there are problems, I revealed them on the slides. But in any case, I guess that it's obvious for everyone in the world that they lie and they spread disinformation, real disinformation. We see all these narratives and messages. I guess they did not succeed in it and do not succeed in it.
So only effective or mainly effective on the Russian population, but still we have large territories of Ukraine under occupation. So that's why I also wanted to ask you, Olga, these children now living in the occupied territories, the occupied parts of Donbass and Lugansk and in Crimea, they have been living under this regime for so many years. To what degree do you think they will shift their fundamental identities as an effect of this? And how do you envision that Ukraine can approach them in order to reintegrate these children into Ukraine in the future?
Я буду українською, якщо ви не проти.
I will answer in English.
Дійсно, Україна мала доволі амбітні плани щодо реінтеграції населення, яке проживає на тимчасово окупованих територіях України.
Indeed, Ukraine had very ambitious plans about reintegrating the population that lives on the occupied territories.
Особливо це стосується молоді.
And it refers to young people in particular.
Зокрема, це їх включення, повернення та включення в наше інформаційне середовище, освітнє, культурне.
We mean reintegrating these young people in our information environment, in our educational environment and literary environment as well.
В першу чергу через систему освіти.
Through the educational system, first of all.
Зокрема, були внесені зміни до українського законодавства, щоб пом'якшити умови вступу дітей з тимчасово окупованих територій України у вищі навчальні заклади України.
In particular, we have introduced certain amendments to our legislation to enable these children to be admitted to our universities and educational institutions.
І плани української влади включали збільшення кількості таких вступників до 10 тисяч до 2025 року.
And the Ukrainian government has been planning to increase their amount up to 10,000 by 2025.
Ну, звичайно, зараз вже важко говорити про можливості реалізації цього плану.
And now it is very difficult to speak about implementing these plans.
Однак ми все одно робили якісь рухи на зустріч молоді з тимчасово окупованих територій.
However, we have been advancing. We wanted on integrating these children into our environment.
Thank you. I have many more questions, but I think we should listen to our audience. This is a unique opportunity to get answers to your questions from. I have a bit of trouble seeing here, but you have a comment?
I have a comment, very briefly.
Yes.
When we talk about the efficiency of Russian disinformation or Russian propaganda, however we call it, I think there is, of course, a question how we measure this efficiency. But my understanding is that it does work. All those narratives, they do work. And ask yourselves, from all those narratives that I mentioned, have you encountered all of them? So if you encountered all of them in one form or another, then this propaganda is successful. Because if you know about this, you may not even believe this, but it doesn't really matter. But if you know of them, it means that Russia was successful in delivering this message to you, specifically to you. Then it's your decision whether to believe it or not. But the success in delivering this message, those narratives, this what, in my opinion, defines the success.
Okay, we have a few questions from the audience. One up there first, please. Hani will be next.
Thank you. I am Lieutenant Colonel Bjørn Sund, at present a research fellow at the IFS. My question is, or concern rather, Mr. Putin is broadly viewed as a leader who doesn't even care about his own people's opinion. He is apparently so strong, so superior, he doesn't have to, give people good reasons, even in Russia, to believe in him. At the same time, he addresses the whole world with targeted messages. One should think then that he really cares a little bit about what the world thinks, but he really doesn't. Does he? I only see one reason why he is using all these resources directed against the West and the global South. He's trying to weaken and destroy the West. Is that the only reason why he is targeting the West and the global population the way he does? He can't really hope for some sympathy, can he?
Thank you. We will have one more question before we give a go at them. Please, Hanna Olinik, present yourself, please.
My name is Hanna Olinik, and I just finished obtaining my MA degree in Russian and post-Soviet politics at the University College London. And I want to thank you all for a wonderful presentation. And I have a question about Russian disinformation. We have no doubts that Russian disinformation was very successful in 2014 to justify the annexation of Crimea and the partial occupation of the part of Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts. But can we say that Russian disinformation is as successful today as it was in 2014 to convince the world that what Russia is doing is the right things? Can we compare the success of Russian disinformation campaigns today and in 2014 and afterwards? Thank you.
Thank you. So more questions on the effectiveness and also motivations towards a Western audience. Is there someone in particular who wants to answer these questions, or should we make brief answers?
I can start.
Yes, please start.
I guess it will be appropriate for you to start.
The first question is for you, I guess.
Okay. Well, in my opinion, there are two aims, or one aim that Putin has, like overwhelming aim. I think he does want to see Russia great. He does want to restore the geopolitical might of the Soviet Union, not the Soviet Union itself, but the geopolitical might of the Soviet Union. But for that, he needs to weaken the West. It's just not possible for him to restore this might without weakening the West. Otherwise, it's unrealistic. So I think this is what drives him. And very briefly about about the efficiency and the comparison between 2014, 2022. Let's say there is no such. There is no the world. Yeah, when you say in the world, there are different audiences. As for efficiency, okay, let me be pessimistic. Maybe some other people will be more optimistic. But if we don't take the West, yes, the Western solidarity still holds. But is India doing enough? Is India at any way concerned with what is happening? No, it's not. Is China concerned with what's happening? Yes, but it's not present. Latin America, Africa. Look at the vote in the General Assembly. Yes, they would vote quite strongly on particular issues, but in general, we see that the global South, as they call it, it's not on the Western side in this war, and not on the side of Ukraine. So, and partly because of Russian propaganda, partly because of some other reasons, and one of the main reasons that they don't really care about what those Europeans are fighting about. You know, it's not our conflict, it's not our war. Why we should be involved? We don't know what's happening there. But partly it's because of very successful messaging of the Russian Federation in the region of the global South.
Irina, what would you say about the resilience against disinformation among the Ukrainian population? How has this changed since 2014 and up until today?
Generally, the situation has changed. Yes, if we take 2014 and if we take 2022, different approaches, different years, and when we look back to 2014, we will see another nation, another people. And today, we are united, really united. And concerning the first question, I can say that we said it in 2014, and we say it today, that Ukraine stands for Europe today, not only for Ukrainian democracy and independence. And I think that one of his purposes could be Europe, surely. Not Europe like territory. European democratic values are under attack now. That's why it's very important to stand and fight against this evil, we can say like that. Thank you.
Would you like to comment?
Я так лише в контексті впливу Російської Федерації на молодь тимчасово окупованих територій та тих, хто може впливати на молодь.
I would like to reply to this question in the context of Russian influence on young people who live on the occupied territories of Ukraine.
У 2014 році, експлуатуючи такий місцевий патріотизм на Донбасі, Російська Федерація певним чином дистанціювалася від того, що відбувалося. Тобто там створювалися псевдореспубліки.
In 2014, Russia has been exploiting the so-called local patriotism on these territories, and they distanced themselves from what was going on there.
І тому цей вплив на молодь відбувався більш не так жорстко, поступово.
And these attempts to influence young people were not as harsh, they were gradual.
Якщо говорити про події 2022 року,
when it comes to the events in 2022,
російське відкрите вторгнення,
this open full-scale invasion,
намагання легалізувати ці території, наприклад, змінами в Конституцію Російської Федерації, де вони вже прописані як частина Російської Федерації.
And the attempts to legalize these territories, to give them legal status, in inscribing them in the Russian constitution, where they already are mentioned as Russian territories.
І тому, відповідно, вплив на місцеве населення був більш жорсткіший.
So the influence on the local population of these territories was much more severe.
Thank you. Any other questions? Please raise a hand. So we have 2 questions here in the front.
Colonel Ivashchenko, I am from National Defense University, Kyiv, Ukraine. I am a military strategic researcher. My question is for Mr. Shekhovtsov, Ukrainian, please. Останнім часом все більше розкручується, я б сказав би, ядерний наратив, стратегічний російський ядерний наратив.
Lately we hear a lot about the nuclear narrative.
2 дня тому президент Путін у формальному виступі щодо соціальних проблем в Росії повернувся до цієї теми також.
2 days ago, Russia's president Vladimir Putin has spoken officially about social problems.
Ми знаємо, що в щорічному зверненні до російського народу ця тема також буде фігурувати.
And we know that during his annual address to the Russian people, this subject will be mentioned as well.
Будь ласка, дайте свою оцінку впливу цього наративу на західну аудиторію.
Can you please give your assessment of this narrative for the Western audience?
We will have one more question first, please.
Yes, thank you. Ingrid Ofdal from the Norwegian Institute of Defence Studies with the Defence University College here. A question about narratives and how they work, because you've touched on this, but when they work, what are the factors, what are the supporting factors, when they are received, the context, how does it work for narratives and how may it work against narratives? And I suppose that's the question for the entire panel. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe we should do in the opposite direction this time. Is this okay for you?
Почати з вас. В зворотньому напрямку.
Would you like to start, Olga?
Чи ви могли б почати відповідати?
Я більше пропущу.
I'm willing to pass this time.
Yes, Irina.
Okay. Narrative is a story. It's a long story. It tells about our past, present, and future. Why they work? Because all of us are human beings. And those who create these narratives, they just study us, research us, and when they launch these narratives, it's like push a button on people and they will respond to it. They will react to it. They will just pick them up and will share. It's psychology. It's my opinion. Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I actually agree. Basically, narratives are successful when there is a connection, when there is an emotional connection between the story and the person. For example, if you care deeply about racial equality, then probably when the Russians are talking about anti-Russian racism, you will be triggered by this. Or if you care about left-wing political divide and you find yourself on the left side, then probably when the Kremlin is talking about Ukrainian neo-Nazis, you will also be triggered and think, oh, maybe there is some truth in it. You know, otherwise, why would they mention this? So when there is an emotional attachment, or if you're an anti-American, then most likely you will find a narrative about the NATO expansion justified somehow. So it's all about emotional attachment. As for the nukes, well, it's a bit up and down. Sometimes they do escalate this nuclear rhetoric, sometimes they try to tone this down. We must understand that these narratives, they are targeting not only the Western audiences, because again of this sensitivity, because of this general fear, a very obvious and natural fear of the nuclear war and the nuclear fallout, but it's also, in my opinion, a narrative that could be included in the category of tactical narratives for the domestic audience, to calm them down. Because when the Russian audience sees all those military failures of the Russian army on the battlefield, they need to be somehow calmed down, saying, well, no, we're not losing. We anyway have these nuclear options. So no, we will not be defeated, And especially when we in the West, we promote this narrative that Russia needs to be defeated. Not only it should not win this war, but should actually be defeated by Ukraine. They need to also come up with a counter-narrative that if there is this nuclear option, we cannot be defeated by definition. Whether these nuclear narratives about the nukes are successful, they're successful with some in the West, that's true. That some people are nervous about this, some people are concerned, and not without justification. But what's important, I think, here, and the West in general, and the European Union and the US firmly say that they will not be blackmailed by this. And I think it's a very strong and a very important message that the West is sending back to the Kremlin.
Thank you. 2 more questions. Up there, please.
Hi, thank you for a good presentation. Ørjan Karlsson, Directorate for Civil Protection in Norway. I tend to agree that maybe Russia's disinformation and propaganda now has less effect than it did in 2014. But I'm a bit worried about second-order effects. What we see now is, for instance, characters like Tucker Carlson at Fox News echoing and redefining sentiments that we hear out of Moscow. We see the same with AfD in Germany, where they make these kind of the rhetoric and the narratives, they regionalize them or nationalize them and make them their own. And I think that they are more powerful that way. So in your opinion, how do we counter this? And is there something that we need to look more at and actually have a more concerted effort on? Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one final question before we get to the final words to the panel. Please.
Yes, thank you. Tom Røseth, head of the Ukraine program. Anton, you mentioned the Russian morale among the soldiers, and they were also, of course, influenced. I could only imagine how they're influenced in the barracks, things like that. But at the same time, we see a lot of reporting on lack of morale. We had the initial phase of the war as well, with soldiers not knowing where to go and what to do. And also we have the Levada service in Russia now, at least declining support, more support for a peace settlement. So if you could comment on that. Thank you.
Yes, please. We'll have one last round to answer the questions and give your final remarks before lunch. Anton, would you start again?
What was the first question? Just remind me. Just a few words. What?
I can generally in 2020 the United States provided the report on Russian propaganda pillars, and they defined 5 pillars. One of them, the official statements, weaponization of social media, proxy services, cyber attacks, and one of them when they use media, traditional media, their own media, and all other media around the world. So that's why we have such cases. This report is open, just you can Google and you'll find it. 5 pillars of Russian propaganda ecosystem and disinformation ecosystem. And that's why we have these cases. What can we do? It's impossible to debunk any fakes, all the fakes spread by Russia. It will know. To my opinion, media literacy will work. If we will make some resources explaining how to read news, how to take these messages, how to understand them, it will better. Thank you.
As for what to do, I think that debunking disinformation has a very limited power. In many cases, actually debunking for some people who have this conspiratorial mindset is actually would be a proof that this conspiracy theory is true or this disinformation is true. Some of you are following on Twitter Daft Putin KGB, this funny account, presumed to be of Putin, but just essentially a mocking account. There is a phrase, don't believe in anything until the Kremlin denies it. But it also works the other way. If we have an organization, say, that debunks disinformation, so for people who have this conspiratorial mindset, that would be proof. So if there is a conspiracy theory, okay, so the establishment, the mainstream denies it, this must be true, so we believe it in even more. What I believe in is debunking, is pre-bunking, using theories from the communication theory, such as inoculation theory. Yeah? The inoculation theory says that people would believe the first interpretation of the events that they hear, and they would defend this interpretation against all other interpretation that they would hear afterwards. This is very important, and this is important work for the media to provide the first interpretation of events, not wait till something happens and some conspiratorial or anti-establishment or fake news websites will do this. As for morale, no, there is no denying that obviously some people are deserting, that some Russian soldiers and officers are deserting the battlefield, but overall they're still there. The front has not collapsed. Of course, you have this Zagryad-otrяды, the troops that anti-deserting, sort of deserting troops that would shoot at those who want to desert. But still, they're still there, which means that at least for some reason they find explanation for themselves why they're there. And it's very important also to understand psychologically. Even if a person knowingly does some stupidity, still they would try to rationalize that stupidity. Otherwise, and they rationalize it themselves using those narratives that are tailor-made for them, for the Russian domestic audience, that they are fighting against the Nazis, that they are saving Russian speakers in Ukraine, etc., etc. So, yeah, in some places, in some aspects, morale may collapse, but they're still there, and some of the narratives that are prepared for them are working.
Thank you. Would you like a final remark?
Final remark?
Yes.
Ну, взагалі-то у контексті моралі серед російських військовослужбовців, згадуючи історію про взятих у полон донецьких студентів, які давали прес-конференцію.
In the context of the combat morale among the Russian servicemen, I would like to come back to the story of Donetsk students who were captured.
Власне,
and who gave press conference.
Їх запитували, з ким вони себе ідентифікують, з росіянами чи з українцями.
And they were asked, who do you identify with Ukrainians or with Russians?
І якщо з українцями вони себе не могли ідентифікувати, то, в принципі, з росіянами вони також затруднювалися себе ідентифікувати.
And they were not able to identify neither with Ukrainians nor with Russians.
Можливо, якби вони певним чином взаємодіяли із військовослужбовцями регулярної російської армії.
Maybe if they had certain interactions with the servicemen of the regular Russian army.
Вони могли би більш конкретніше сказати свої враження, скажімо так.
They would have been able to identify themselves more clearly.
Тому що очевидно, що ті незаконні збройні формування ДНР, ЛНР, так звані.
Because it is obvious for us that those illegal paramilitary units of DPR and LPR,
вони, зрештою, функціонували там доволі незалежно від російських збройних сил.
They were acting independently from the Russian military forces.
Не довіряючи одне одному.
And there was no trust between them.
Тобто, певним чином, якісь питання ідентичності в них все-таки якісь відбулися. Тобто, ким вони себе все ж таки відчувають. Росіянами для того, щоб сприяти широкомасштабному вторгненню, або кимось іншим.
So in a way, they were trying to work out the issues of their identity to decide who they are supporting, Russians with their full-scale invasions or Ukrainians.
Це знову ж таки повертаючись до того впливу, який відбувався всі 8 років окупації, ну і досі відбувається в окремих районах Донецької і Луганської областей.
And here we again come back to all those impacts and propaganda influence that has been carried out during those 8 years since 2014.
Thank you so much. We will have lunch soon. First, I just want to thank all the panelists. I think this was a very useful and interesting discussion. And not least, thank you for coming up with good ideas on how to pre-bunk and monitor and by different means fight back against this threat in the information domain. I think lunch will be served. I think Tom has further information for you. But first, please give the panelists a good hand.
So we will have 45 minutes with lunch. Don't go away. Afterwards, we have intelligence and open sources and their role connected to the war. I think that will be interesting. And lunch is served outside. For the Ukrainian delegation, there's some food upstairs, so you can go up and get your food and go down again if you want to go down, please. And the final remark is that the National Broadcasting Service is coming to film somewhat, but don't mind them. They will focus on the main stage. It's not. It's during the pause, during the break. So have a good lunch. Very good.
Okay, I will just start talking. The TV cameras are off, and Tom Røseth is ready to join us for the panel. So welcome back. I hope all of you had a wonderful lunch and had some interesting conversations and discussions. And I would like to welcome you back to the last panel of the day. My name is Karen Anna Eggen. I'm a PhD fellow at the Norwegian Institute for Defense Studies. I will try to guide us through today. I have some excellent panelists with me to help us answer the question of today's panel, because it is formulated as a question, a new role for intelligence in war. And the reason for that is, of course, the many debates we've had in the time leading up to Russia's full-scale invasion on February 24th, but also after, concerning both intelligence sharing, the role of open source intelligence, Russia's intelligence failure, and also are we seeing, a democratization of intelligence and sharing. And I think it's going to be a very interesting panel. I will present the panelists in order of appearance, and I'll ask you to come up one by one. And the first speaker is a familiar face. He's already been up on stage many times today. It's Tom Røseth, and he's an associate professor of intelligence studies and also head of the Ukraine program at the Norwegian Defense University College. And Tom will be talking to us today about intelligence failures in the war in Ukraine. So please, Tom, the stage is yours.
Thank you. So, just a sec. There we go. Yes, intelligence and the role of intelligence in this war. I mean, there's been something profound about it, and I guess Wilson in my panel will talk more about. There we go. More about it. And I mean, it's been nothing new about it, but the amount of it, how intelligence has been used, and how it's been used by political actors in this war. It's very interesting. But I'm going to focus on the failures. Has there been any failures? Well, yes, indeed, it has. But then we're talking mostly about the Russian side. There's some challenges and some deficits on the Western side concerning intelligence. But primarily, when we talk about intelligence failures, it's about Russia. So that's my take on it, and then Wilson will fill in on the period before on Western intelligence. So what failures has been done? Well, we all know, and we all saw the invasion. We all saw the, I already mentioned in the introduction how the Russian forces were ousted from north of Kyiv. We have had an unsuccessful attempt to take Kyiv. What did the Russians assess wrong? Was it that they searched information confirmation? Was it that they asked sort of close questions like, how much support is it for Russia in Ukraine? And they found it here and there and there and there. And then it accumulates to a very, well, it's quite a lot of support. There's quite negative opinion of the government in Kyiv, and and they're quite positive of Russia. It could be as simple as that the political atmosphere in Moscow is such that the intelligence services are sort of steered into very closed questions on what they collect. It could be that. We don't know. And they also assessed a lot of things wrong in this process. And for example, we talked about it, the motivation of the Ukrainian forces, the motivation and strength and the support from the Ukrainian population, the popular support for the Zelensky, for example. I mean, it seems like the Russian side had forgotten of what had happened in Ukraine after 2014, how hardened and strengthened Ukraine had become. I mean, a lot of them have been training on war. They've been in war since 2014. So a lot of forces have rotated. But Russia, it's a neighbor to Ukraine, and one should assume that they would know most of it. There's a lot of relations between the two countries on the family side, on the private side. There's a lot of opportunities to collect information, one would assume. So, but still, I mean, the Russian side came, invaded, and did a lot of mistakes. So, was it due to lack of collection, or was it due to more political issues, also issues between intelligence analysis and the decision makers in Moscow? So probably the fault lies between these. I mean, between the decision makers and between the analysts or the intelligence services. And we saw in, for example, when Putin held his renowned Security Council session a couple of days before the invasion, when he annexed, or did not annex, that's what Naryshkin did wrong, wasn't it? He proclaimed the two republics as independent and sought the whole Security Council to confirm that. And Naryshkin here, yes, I support you to annex those two, but that's not what I'm asking you for, said Putin. Do you recognize these two as independent? Oh, yes, yes, yes. So he sort of bashed Naryshkin quite hard on that publicly. And when you do that to a head of an intelligence service, SVR is the Civilian Foreign Intelligence Service in Russia. So when you do that, it's not a working environment that's very good between the intelligence service head and the decision maker. So that could inflict on how intelligence is used, and what kind of intelligence, not least, what kind of intelligence Putin gets. If he does, is that a man who accepts bad news? Maybe not. That maybe he does, but they don't dare to give it to him. So, the former panel excellently talked about the narratives, so I won't dwell too much into it. Oh, yeah, time is flying, isn't it? But my point here is that the lack of Russian success in intelligence also, and the success, not least of the Western intelligence, made the narrative in the Western favor. Russia lost its narrative, yes, in some countries, maybe not, but in the Western world there was not room for doubt. When we look at some operational mistakes, I mean, they didn't detect in a proper time the Ukrainian build-up south of Kyiv. They probably noticed it, but they didn't manage to act on it. So it was a failure. On battle damage assessments, when they fire missiles, we see that it's a lot of long-term, it takes a week before they do a new attack, so it's not that quick of a process. And Putin's hand in the intelligence services and the military operations obviously inflict on also how the intelligence services operate. All right, so a couple of Western deficits as well, just to wrap up. Well, the Western world was not united, and I think Wilson will turn back to this, but for sure, I mean, the US and the UK made very good assessments, while others did not. The Western intelligence services didn't assess the Russian armed forces and their status that well, I would say. They evaluated or overemphasized the potential strength. On the backside of that coin, maybe they underestimated Ukrainians as well. So I think we're short on time, so let's do the questions, and I look forward to that afterwards.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Yeah, it's a bit brutal to only give people 8 minutes to talk about very complex issues, but we do have time afterwards for some discussions, and you will be invited to comment on each other's presentations as well. So now we have all the way from Denmark, Kira Vrist-Rønn. She's an associated professor at the University of Southern Denmark, and she's part of the Department of Political Science and Public Management, and you're also affiliated with the Center for War Studies. And Kira will be talking, oh, I'm sorry, I'm just, my apologies. But you will be talking to us today about the democratization of intelligence in the wake of the Ukrainian war. So please, Kira, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. You already saw my next slides. It's okay. Thank you very much for the invitation for this very interesting and important and relevant conference. And I've really much enjoyed the presentation this morning and enjoyed the company of the delegation yesterday. So good to meet you all again. So first, a bit of a disclaimer. As opposed to my two fellow panelists and most of you here in the audience, I'm not an expert on Ukraine or Russia. I'm within intelligence studies, and I'm generally interested in the new intelligence tendencies, which have gained pretty much attention in specific in the wake of Russia's war in Ukraine. So I would like to just draw some a general picture and do some more conceptual work in terms of this concept called the democratization of intelligence. And I have 8 minutes, so I will be really brief. So, okay. A very common discourse when addressing new tendencies in the wake of the war in Ukraine is very often phrased as a democratization of intelligence. And this is evidenced in the media, in podcasts, and in the very few academic articles already published on this topic. So my intention here is briefly to flesh out what this means, or what this might mean, and why this has gained so much attention, and what the potential implications of this might be. So the most common drivers for the current changes within the intelligence communities are articulated by many intelligence observers. For example, the American professor Amy Seagard, as accessibility and speed of data and information. And this leads to an ever-increasing amount of accessible information, which again goes hand in hand with new technologies for collecting, processing, and distributing information. So from the side of the civil societies, these general tendencies have led to a so-called demonopolization of intelligence, meaning that a range of new intelligence actors are increasingly playing an important role in establishing an updated situational awareness. And this is very evident in Ukraine, where various actors in the civil society are contributing to the collection and sharing of information. So the democratization entails an increase in crowdsourced intelligence and new types of intelligence actors. And from the perspective of the intelligence services, and now I'm talking very general and mainly about the UK and the US, both these overall tendencies and the new intelligence actors have led to new ways and new ways of sharing, and increased sharing and increased declassification and release of otherwise secret information. So the democratization of intelligence hereby put a pressure on the secret nature of intelligence, and the importance is placed on publicly available information and open source intelligence. And OSINT has just become as a concept which everybody knows and refers to in the general public as, in the last years. So some scholars have phrased this democratization process as if intelligence as if war has been turned into a fishbowl. You can see something which you would never have been able to see 20, 10, or even 5 years ago. And this has created a whole new level of forewarning. And I will briefly touch upon these two elements, demonopolization and declassification. So the democratization of intelligence is mainly described in very positive terms as a move towards increased transparency and openness and away from secrecy. And the availability of information has influenced the intelligence services and increased the appetite for sharing information with the public. So the dissemination of intelligence to the public is not a new phenomenon. It has existed for many years and with very many different kind of aims, as ensuring support and encouraging certain actions on the side of the public. But the main aim of the increased declassification and sharing and release from intelligence services seems to be articulated as if it's contributing to raising the public awareness on the current status of the war and as countering mis- and disinformation. So that is broadly understood as intelligence as public influence with the aim of ensuring societal resilience. So the release of the intelligence services has the core aim of making sure the truth is heard, as stated in the recent RUSI report, and as influencing the public. So intelligence hereby upholds its status as providing unique insight, but the unique insight is not only for the eyes of the traditional intelligence consumers or customers, but is also for an external audience. And when it comes to the demonopolization of intelligence and the increasing focus on the new types of intelligence actors, this has been phrased as a move towards. This has also been phrased as a move towards increased transparency and better situational awareness. So crowdsourced intelligence has resulted in the collection of evidence of war crime and information about troop movements, and just to mention a few of these contributions. However, a crucial and an interesting question to ask here, I think, is what might both the potentials and the potential pitfalls of this democratization of intelligence be? And I have already mentioned a few of the potentials, that is raising the public awareness, countering misinformation, and so on, better situational awareness, and so on. So I'll move fast into the potential pitfalls of this declassification and demonopolization. So first, when it comes to the potential pitfalls, the newest report on open source intelligence from the British think tank RUSI proclaims that the difficulties connecting to upholding the level of sharing it is difficult to uphold a kind of sustainable sharing environment where we can keep up sharing as much as is happening now. Sharing and releasing has become the new normal, and the question is which risks does this also have, both for the intelligence community and intelligence services, but also for the general public. And the last box here refers to the potential pitfalls concerning the increase of the new intelligence actors and the demonopolization of intelligence. So the two first bullets are interconnected and refers to the potential weakening of state power as we know it, and it challenges diplomacy. So when everything or so much is publicly known, there are little opportunity, for example, for face-saving and de-escalating measures. And the last 3 points here refer to the specific and potential pitfalls related to amateurs and civilians being intelligence providers, which is also a central part of the demonopolization and democratization of intelligence. So as Amy Seagard again proclaims, there's a very thin line between the wisdom of the crowd and the madness of the mobs. And additionally, the same piece of information, video or photo, can be used for supporting several hypotheses. Additionally, many open source intelligence tasks require expert competences. For example, identifying the origin of specific vehicles or uniform or analyzing satellite images. This really requires expert competences. And Bellingcat has established itself as a role model in this field very fast, but not everyone shares the same level of competences, and not all actors are driven by the same sense of responsibility as Bellingcat. So despite the fact that open source intelligence has rendered it possible for almost everybody to become intelligence collectors, not everyone has the skills needed for intelligence analysis. And not everyone might have good and fair intentions, if that can be said such broadly. And furthermore, there's a risk of misattribution and vigilantism, both in terms of, we have already seen that manifested in the war and elsewhere. And lastly, I would like to highlight the risk of securitizing civil society who provides photos and videos, and hereby willingly or unwillingly becomes part of the war in a different way without any legal or ethical protection, especially if the photos can be traced back to these individuals. So this is by far not an exhaustive list of the potential and pitfalls. And my aim here is mainly to develop a discussion and a matrix that I hope we can develop together afterwards in the Q&A. So thank you for listening, and I'm looking forward for the discussion afterwards.
Thank you so much, Kira. That was a very interesting presentation. So I would like to invite the final panelist up on stage, Andrew Wilson. He's professor in Ukrainian studies at the University College London. He has worked extensively on comparative politics in the post-Soviet states, all the way back since the early 1990s. So Andrew will be talking to us today about there you go, about US and UK intelligence sharing on Ukraine, focusing on purposes and effects. So Andrew, please enter the stage.
Well, just to take my first minute, one way of showing Western support for Ukraine is for us to learn Ukrainian. So I'll have a go. Оскільки я британець, який вивчав українську мову, я хотів би спочатку сказати кілька слів українською. Дуже приємно бачити так багато українців в залі. Від імені всіх нас бажаю вам успіхів у захисті та звільнення своєї рідної землі та здобутті вашої свободи. I thought that would get a cheap round of applause. I wish them all the best in defending their native land and freedom. My subject is the release of 3 high-quality batches of US-UK intelligence. The first, the prediction of mass invasion in November 2021. The second, Russia's plans for a coup, or to use a Norwegian term, quisling government, in January. And the third, Russia's false flag plans to create casus belli in February. The November forecast proved to be exactly right, predicting mass conventional invasion in 4 directions at the right time, the end of February. Certainly better than Russian intelligence. So what were the successes and failures or disadvantages of this approach? 4 main initial points. Firstly, it was multi-source, right? So you could do it again. It wasn't one single individual human intelligence source. It was a combination of many such and signals intelligence. So you could do it again. Secondly, operationally, the aim was never, I think, to stop the invasion. That was never likely. Nor was there any change in the character of the invasion. No change in the troop numbers, lines of attack. Ukraine was given some time to prepare, but the intelligence dump did not give it more time. Russia did not delay beyond the end of February, despite having to conduct a certain amount of leak hunting itself. Putin's choice for conventional war over hybrid war wasn't affected either. That choice had already been made. But the main aim was obviously Ukraine and its preparations. Here, partial success. We weren't able fully to convince the Ukrainians that the main thrust would be towards Kyiv. There was some inertia thinking, sticking with ongoing threat assessment, the 8-year war that Ukraine had been fighting in the east. Different institutions had different agendas. Zelensky's was more political, that's fair, he's president. Zaluzhny, head of the armed forces, had plans of his own, and some of you may have seen the big story in the New Yorker about the differences between Zaluzhny and the president and the Americans. So the intelligence didn't knit all those 3 together. Zaluzhny was supposedly reluctant to share intelligence to the Americans because he thought it would get back to Zelensky and he might misuse it. So intelligence didn't put all of these people on the same page. It didn't put the Ukrainians and the West on the same page either, because there was no strategic agreement horizontally across NATO and in parallel to Ukraine from NATO about how to prepare, what to do. Third aim was to bolster Western and broader world support for Ukraine. And in this, there was more success than in 2014. There were some early weapons deliveries from the UK and from the US, but not enough, not what Ukraine was asking for. And we should ask ourselves if the war had gone differently, whether we had already delivered enough despite our knowledge of the planned invasion to give Ukraine the ability to defend itself, if things had gone worse. Fourthly, activate the open source intelligence community. Push them on what to look for good or ill, as was just said. But 2 big successes and 2 relative failures, I think. Big successes were that Russia couldn't run the coup as planned. And it was badly planned. It was misconceived. It relied on actors with marginal support, even though they were correctly identified. Murayev and others. Secondly, and even bigger, Russia couldn't create a plausible cover story. Now that's partly because real war is harder to disguise, but huge difference where it mattered to 2014. 2014, we wasted weeks, months in agnostic positions, and we're still divesting ourselves of some of these and some of the vocabulary that's been around for 8 years, civic conflict, the nature of the rebel republics in the East, and so on. Yes, as Anton said earlier, Russia still had some propaganda successes in the global south. There are plenty of audiences in the West that you can still appeal to. But in terms of the key arms supplying states in the West, the UK, the US, Canada, non-EU, NATO, Poland, Baltic republics, who've supplied the most as a percentage of GDP. There was a big difference to 2014. So these key audiences, domestic audiences and elites in those states thought and acted differently this time. Big failure, one. The UK and the US were effectively saying to Russia, we know what you're going to do, but we're not going to stop you. Or more exactly, intelligence release was not in partnership with public muscular warnings of military and sanctions consequences. Even many things that we did do, like seizing the assets of the Central Bank of Russia, were not adequately pre-communicated. And second big failure, it didn't affect our planning as much as it should have. We were warning ourselves of the consequences of all-out war, but we continued with diplomacy. And although there were some weapons deliveries between the first release in November and February, they were very specific types of weapons, and again, not what Ukraine was demanding. So finally, what happens to intelligence when it leaves the private, the dark world of spies and ministers? The real world, I think, has got multiple actors with multiple motives. The act of intelligence release is singular, but the effects are multiple. So it's very difficult for the agency that does the releasing to coordinate all the effects that the acts of release can generate, as was said. So I think inherently there will always be failures as well as successes. If we want to live with that because of force majeure, we just had to do it in this case, I think we should still think about whether we do it in subsequent cases. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I would like to invite all the panelists up on stage. Okay, so we will continue the discussion up here. And what I would like to do now is first to allow you to comment and perhaps share some reflections on each other's presentations, and also if there's some elements that you think it's important to highlight. I would like all of you to share those, not too long remarks, but short remarks. I think we will begin there, and I will also encourage the audience to think about questions, because I will open for that a bit later on. So, Kira, do you want to start, or?
Yes, thank you very much for interesting presentations. So first of all, Tom. So my first kind of interest was how you define intelligence failures and what counts as intelligence failures. You mentioned both the element about bad or wrong kind of assessments, but you also mentioned intelligence to please in a way as a failure. So are there any differences between intelligence failures and politicization, or is that kind of the same kind of story? And then I have another question as well in terms of if you could elaborate or think about the role of open source intelligence and publicly available information in revealing failures. So should I continue, Andrew, or?
If you want to, yeah, you can do that, of course.
Okay, thank you. So I was interested in, I'm trying to develop this kind of matrix of pitfalls and potentials for the releases that we see at the moment. So I was wondering whether you could elaborate on your perspectives on the most relevant or most important pitfalls related to releases or declassification of intelligence.
Perfect. That's excellent. It makes my job actually very easy. But Tom, please, we'll start with you.
Yeah, what is intelligence failure? And that is when intelligence is not fulfilling its purpose to deliver decision-making, a foundation for the decision makers. So, I mean, intelligence failure is not about good or wrong or bad or good. I mean, but it's about the process, and it's about the functions between different parts. It could be the collection that doesn't look for what it should look for. It could be, but that's rather seldom. Often the deficit or the failure lies between the intelligence actors and the decision makers. So when it could be that it is not clearly stated, it could be that it is something is not understood by the decision maker, or it could be, as you mentioned, politicization, that the political actors are like we saw in the Iraqi war in 2003, that the political will is so strong that it affects and hampers and limits the intelligence services. So when they're not able to do what they should do in an independent way, sort of to talk truth to power, because it's scary, or you know that the decision maker doesn't want to hear it, then intelligence is losing its purpose. So on that, and on the OSINT, or the open source intelligence, in revealing failures, I think I'm not sure if I took your take there, but I mean, it's like we see now that the open sources are really having a huge effect on the Russian operations, or revealing the Russian operations and making Russia sort of losing the narrative. That's one thing. I think they have had a very important part in that, and a lot of other positive things. But yeah, well, maybe we should pass it on now.
Yes, Andrew, if you would like to.
Well, some thoughts about the Russian intelligence gathering operation. Two things. One, in terms of who was doing it on their side, they were relying on Yanukovych people, who were out of the country for 8 years, and Sivkovich in particular, apparently, who were self-serving, who wanted to predict that when they came back to Ukraine, there'd be a joyful welcome for them. So I think they were relying on bad people. They were also clearly doing opinion polling. If you read Putin's pre-war speeches, they are full of things that he expects to happen based on polling. That Ukrainians are cynical or disillusioned with government. They don't see government as delivering for them. Elites are corrupt, so they'll run away. And some of that was true in kind of pocketbook terms, but these polls weren't asking existential questions about national identity, about willingness to fight. And they weren't picking up on the kind of data that is in a really good book, new book by Ola Hornuch and Henry Hale, The Zelensky Effect, that Russia is too late, that the kind of people that they're targeting in eastern and southern Ukraine since 2019 have bought into this idea of a civic Ukrainian identity, of a government that delivers for them. Trust in government goes up, trust in democracy goes up. Even during the pandemic, people thought that government was delivering for them. In addition to all of the traditional Russian problems about Potemkin reporting upwards, you know, distorting everything into stuff that the boss wants to hear. Your question about pitfalls, I guess it depends on whose decision it is to release information. I assume the initiative comes from intelligence agencies asking government to approve, and they can't account for all real-world consequences. But what they can do is coordinate with other government agencies, particularly defence and MFAs, which is my first big problem, that I thought, we were putting this message out there, but it wasn't coordinated with a muscular language about how we would respond militarily. And if the request comes from the government to intelligence agencies, I guess it's their job to do the coordination.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Tom, do you have some remarks or comments or something you would like to highlight?
Yeah, to what Wilson now talked about. I mean, it's failures, and then it's intelligence failures, and then it's political failures. So sometimes the intelligence services, or they can't. Well, sometimes it's also the political will to release some information, not that the intelligence services push, I think, and also in the presidential administration in the United States, there's a saying that there are no political failures, only intelligence failures. But of course that's not true, and so one should distinguish between what's a political decision, despite of the intelligence, and what's intelligence failure.
Andrew, do you have some remarks or comments or something you'd like to?
No, we've all done our three.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So then, okay.
Oh, I do have a remark for Kira, though.
Yes.
Because she had this nice diagram, and you also mentioned the pitfalls.
Mm-hmm.
And the release of intelligence or declassification of intelligence. I would say that there's a huge risk as well involved in releasing intelligence, because of course you could be wrong, and that would be something. I mean, if you release intelligence and it's wrong, you lose trust, and if that happens, that's something that's very risky. At the same time, it sort of makes the institution releasing this very careful in what it releases, and you can then trust that information fairly good. At least what we've been seeing with the UK intel releases.
And I think both the UK and the US this time were definitely thinking about Iraq, 2003, and trying to atone for that in many ways.
So turning to Russia for a quick moment, Tom, in your presentation, you talked about the intelligence failures, and I was wondering what have been the consequences for the Russian intelligence, because the FSB seemed to be stronger and more funded perhaps than ever, and I was wondering if you have some remarks on that.
Well, the first consequence is that the military operations are not optimal. I mean, if you do military operation based on it's a risky endeavor, and your military gains might not be achieved. But when the consequences for the intelligence service in not providing proper intelligence in Russia, well, it's difficult. There've been lots of reports of some challenges within FSB, also the Federal Security Bureau, and or FSB. Yeah. So they have had the main responsibility for Ukraine. It's also been rumored that the GRU, the military service, intelligence service, has taken over some responsibility. Obviously, they're there already due to this is a military operation. And then you have the incident on the Kerch bridge. As you mentioned, I mean, the FSB was rewarded by taking the overall responsibility afterwards for that area. So maybe there's no consequences.
well, if there are consequences, you're admitting failure. So it's a bad spiral there, especially if you're telling everyone that everything's going according to plan. But I was wondering if, this is for the entire panel, but we've talked a lot about the Western side and Russia, and I was wondering, and I would also welcome our Ukrainian friends to comment on this if you have some remarks, but could you perhaps say something more about the interplay between, when it comes to intelligence sharing, between Western intelligence services and Ukrainian intelligence services? If you have some reflections or remarks in that regard, both prior to, Andrew, you mentioned some of that already, and but also after the full-scale war.
Well, I know least about the Ukrainian side of things, having not been able to get to Ukraine since February. From what I understand it, the Ukrainians, after 8 years of war, had some limited sources on the Russian side, but I presume not very high up. And only a few people at the very, very top knew of the invasion plans in Russia. So I think there was a mismatch between what the Americans and the US were telling the Ukrainians and their own intel to some degree. They weren't picking up the same kind of chatter because it didn't percolate all the way down through the Russian system. It was only people right at the top who knew.
Yeah, and a challenge with assessing the Russian built-up before the invasion was that they acted like it was an exercise because they themselves didn't know it was an invasion, because, as you mentioned, they had to, the operational security was so secured that only the higher levels knew it. So when you looked at the exercise, it may be hard to see that it was not an exercise. But I think the intel sharing has been good. I think there's a good picture on the aerial situation and also the ground situation, and this has been published in U.S. papers, newspapers mainly, and Milley, the head of the American forces, he said that we have opened up the pipes. So there's a lot of intel going from the US especially, but probably also from the UK, supporting Ukraine. And that's, I mean, it was immensely important at the vital stage of the war, when, for example, you had to protect the air defenses, for example. Weapons platform that you needed to defend or hide when the Russians came. With good intel, you could save that equipment and use it later on. And for the defense capability on air defense, I think that's something that's been vital.
Kira, do you have some reflections or something you'd like to?
Not on that topic.
Maybe on a broader, no. But maybe you could instead perhaps introduce us and elaborate a bit on the technological side then of intelligence operations, the new tools. You mentioned some of them, but what do you see both now but also going forward, both as relates to artificial intelligence, big data? You weren't given too much time to talk about it, but could you elaborate a bit on that, please?
Well, what I meant when I talked about new technologies, I meant new technologies being available for the broad society in general. So technologies which were for 10, 20 years only available for very close circle of people, maybe within the intelligence communities, are now kind of openly available for those who are interested in it and can use it. So that was what I meant by it. So that creates a new kind of challenges, of course also new options, because there are much more people out there who can actually gather and collect and process information. So, for example, satellites and like movements of both airplanes and ships and so on. You can actually follow that. That's not been possible for like forever.
It's a very interesting topic, and we can get back to that as well. But I would also like to open up the floor now to some questions from the audience. I can see one hand already. I will trust my colleagues to find the arms. It's a bit hard to see.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Anton Shevtsov. Have a question to Andrew. Andrew, you talked about correctly that Ukraine wanted a different type of weapons before the actual invasion. But talking about the reasons why Western nations, Western allies of Ukraine did not provide those weapons. One of the explanations that was put forward, I think, especially with the reference to Germany, that the West was not sure that Ukraine would not collapse in 3 days, and then those weapons would end up with the Russians. Do you think that assessment was an actual Western intelligence failure?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they could predict the war, but they couldn't predict that Ukraine would not collapse.
Mm-hmm.
Or was there something else behind that decision not to provide weapons that Ukraine needed? Thank you.
We'll start with that question, and then we have another one in the back, but we'll start so we have the questions fresh in mind.
Oh, right. So,
Sorry.
Still making notes. Was that an intelligence failure? Yes, quite clearly. The US I know less about. The UK, I think, simply didn't collect enough intelligence on Ukraine before February. In terms of hard intelligence, but also in terms of actual understanding of existential questions like Ukraine's willingness to fight. So that was an absence, I think, rather than a misreading. The excuse about, well, the calculation about weapons falling into Russian hands disappears pretty quickly. That's no longer a calculation after, I don't know, 2 weeks. Yeah. Then the calculation, which I think is still there, is about balancing support with Ukraine. This is America, basically. Balancing support with Ukraine with balancing commitment to NATO and Article 5, and not crossing the line too much, creating the war of Putin's imagination between Russia and NATO, the West. So providing Ukraine with just enough first to survive, then to go on the counteroffensive. So there aren't set red lines here in terms of the types of weapons that are actually supplied, but keeping within that general framework of avoiding a bigger war. I don't agree with that calculation. I think the best way of avoiding a bigger war is to end it quickly. But I think that's still American thinking, which has been constant throughout, before, during February, and since February, whereas those particular early calculations are only relevant to that early period.
Tom, you had a...
Yeah, if I can add on, when the forces built up along the border, it was around 150, 190 Russian soldiers. That was not enough to invade the whole of Ukraine, but they, of course, they went for the head and wanted to take Kyiv, and could have made a fait accompli there and change with a marionette government or something, made the situation difficult. But I think the Ukraine would then not cave in. I mean, so those assessments are, well, contested, I would say that. But so you would have probably guerrilla fighting on a large scale in Ukraine if because they wouldn't have managed to take the whole territory. But that's sort of counterfactual things. But intelligence failure, maybe a deficit on how to assess the resistance and the the effect that Ukraine could muster. But yeah, it's maybe a failure.
Okay, we had two questions. Well, the gentleman in the green sweater. Then we have Björn in the back, and then the lady next to you. Then afterwards.
Yes, thank you. My name is Lars Borg, and I'm an associate professor at the Defense University College. We can divide intelligence into secrets and mysteries, being like insight versus foresight. However, when we look at the UK DI Twitter messages and Facebook, it's all about insight. It's all about the current state of play, very little about future outcomes. Would you say that the intelligence services do not want to share any alternative analysis? Or is it just inherent in the wanting not to come with intelligence failures that they do not want to look at alternative scenarios? Thank you.
That was directed to Kira. We will start with you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so the nature of the kind of release and the sharing, that's what you're addressing. Interesting question. I think maybe it's because they don't want to confuse things, that they don't really provide more, maybe make it simple in order for communicating in a simple and maybe more, in a way which could not be misunderstood. But I think that I don't know that much about the considerations in terms of why they do not maybe share more like alternative scenarios, but just when you provide intelligence to a customer, you would also go directly to the conclusion and the assessments, and not necessarily bring in all the like kind of things going up and different kind of analysis of the scenario. So that might be a consideration. Furthermore, it might also, I don't know whether that's a consideration in that regard, but of course, as we also discussed before, the risks of revealing sources, revealing methods, and so on must be a consideration that they take into account in the vetting process in terms of what should be released and what should not be released, of course, in order not to lose trust and like have this uphold their credibility, of course. And then I also think that there's an interesting distinction between revealing raw intelligence or intelligence like information, and then providing some kind of intelligence-led communication. That is at least a distinction drawn in the literature between something which is not really providing evidence of their assessments, but like a general kind of comment on the situation. So I think there are many kind of nuances in terms of why they release what they do. I don't know if that's an answer to your question.
Do you have something to add, or?
I think it's a good answer.
Yeah. It's a great answer. Okay, we will continue then. Bjørn Axel, please.
Bjørn Axel Sund, Research Fellow, Institute of Defense Studies. My question is basically, what do you build, Kira, your perception, definition of intelligence on? Because when I listened to you, you were talking about information, not intelligence. I am very concerned about definitions, perceptions, understanding of definitions, words. Because I don't think we should create our own understanding and definitions of established terms. We can't even say that, well, most academics, most people, most journalists now today tend to perceive intelligence as being so and so and so. There are established definitions. They are definitions for a reason. So I find it hard to see how you define intelligence. Could you please provide me with some insight?
Yeah. Thank you. I'm a philosopher. I love definitions, and that is what I do. So thank you for a relevant question. So I think there's a distinction in terms of how I define intelligence and how the public discourse use the term intelligence. So I think there's important considerations to make in terms of the core definition of what is intelligence. And I think in order to information to become intelligence, it needs to be processed and analyzed in order to become intelligence. And when we talk about open source intelligence, I think in the general public we talk about, or at least the way it's used in the general public is as open source information, as publicly available information. So without any purpose, without any kind of customers asking for a kind of a product or intelligence product. So I think that is a really relevant kind of point you're making, that when we apply this concept in the general discourse, we should maybe not overtake or overuse this term of intelligence. So I think you're absolutely right, and that is something that I also take very serious, that we should not do that, and also kind of make a distinction between publicly available information and open source intelligence, because of course open source intelligence builds mainly on publicly available information, but it's not the same.
If I just add on that, some argue that one necessary ingredient in intelligence has to be that it's secret. But when you look at, for example, Maxar and the capability on satellite pictures, that used to be secret, but now it's open. So, but it's still intelligence, many will say. If it's used in a
processing and purpose, used to be kind of.
It's a really good question. So what I will do now is that I will take two questions: the lady in the middle here, and then the one in the middle down here, and then we have two more after that. So we'll take 2 and 2, please.
Thank you. My name is Hanna Alinik, and I have a question about trust. You were talking about it a bit, but I want you to elaborate it a bit further. Basically, when we looking back to the end of 2021 to the beginning of 2022, we have seen a lot of reports published and referring to the intelligence sources predicting full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But general audience, in particular, a lot of people in Ukraine were hesitant to believe that such a full-scale invasion is possible. So my question is the following. Do you think that it was an intelligence communication failure to convince the general audience that such a full-scale aggression is possible, or it was a political leadership communication failure to convince or to prepare its people to such a development of the events? Thank you.
Thank you. And then the gentleman in the middle there, after.
My name is Patrick Nopens. I'm a Belgian officer, a former Belgian officer who spent 6 years in Moscow and 2 years in Kyiv in my younger days, when all those young colonels were probably still only young lieutenants. I have a question, and the thing, I get the impression that you are talking most of the time, or exclusively, about strategic intelligence. So my question would be how, I would like to hear your comments on how the different intelligence services, the Russian ones, measure up SVR, FSB, and the GRU, which have specific tasks within this operation. I would say the FSB is security, most of it. The SVR is intelligence at the political level, and the GRU at the operational level. How do those measure up? Are some more performant, more successful, or do they all end up being ineffective or less effective than they should be?
Thank you very much. So I will invite all of you to reply. You don't have to reply to all of the questions or at all if you don't want to, but Andrew, I will start off with you. Some of this is related to...
Well, you can believe what you're told in terms of how people react to the intelligence release before February the 24th. But the trauma of invasion is difficult to process. You can't quite believe it. You might also not believe it because it's a crazy decision, right? But in terms of operation, ambition, in terms of Russian capacities. A lot of people thought it wouldn't happen because it just wouldn't work. Right? So the difference between crossing the border, you know, that's what's predicted by the intelligence, and Russia achieving all of its war goals and subduing the entire country. So you can believe that Russia might attempt, but fail. Zelensky, in many of his interviews, I think particularly for the Washington Post, he was slightly disingenuously, but slightly, in terms of his job description, saying, yeah, I'm president, it's not my job to crash the economy, it's not my job to cause panic, it's not my job for people to start fleeing the country, because then there'll be a momentum for the government to follow. The government will stay put. He'd said that before the war started, although of course he famously says it, we're still here 36 hours later. Panic only serves the Russians. So there was something in his job description which is key to determining the national mood, to try and plan, but not to panic. But whether he did enough within that paradigm, I think we'll have a long discussion. Probably not enough. Right? He probably erred on the side of caution, I think.
Yeah, if I just add on that, I mean, whether it was an intelligence communication failure or a political one, the intelligence was correct. And then it's up to the political side how to use it, how to employ it, how to convince with the assistance of the intelligence service, of course, if you want to underpin it. But my take on it also is that it's the purpose here was very, very different than Iraq, as I mentioned in 2003. At that time, one used intelligence and used it politically to defend the decision for war. And now the purpose was noble. It was to if not prevent it, it was difficult, but at least to warn. It was very important to convey that. But of course, I mean, people were suspicious of what had happened earlier and suspicious of intelligence. So it's you had to convince a lot of people, and the hope for the diplomatic solution was also there. And you had different governments in Europe as well. It was not that sure as the UK and the US. So it was hard. And if I may, on the very good questions on the strategic intelligence, we touched only strategic issues, I guess. Something more tactical and what each of these services did good or bad. It seems to be well founded that the FSB did fairly badly in assessing the situation in Ukraine for the decision makers. It's very little information revealed on this, extremely little. So it's the reporting that you've seen on it. It's often unreliable. Yeah, and I must admit as well, I haven't digged into the details of SVR, for example. They've been quite non-existent in the discourse, I would say.
Thank you so much, Kira. Do you have something you would like to add on? If not, we will move on to the final questions.
Okay, let's move on then.
Yeah. Okay, so we will do Vitaly here first, and then Natalia, and then we will wrap up.
So I'm Colonel Vitaly Fedorenko from Ukraine, National Defense University. Research Center of Strategic Communication. So my question, it is even not a question like some recommendation or just comment to Kira and Tom. So it is about, first of all, open source intelligence. So we have like some thin line between open source intelligence and human intelligence. Because if you say about some new actors, and we now have lots of people who want to help armed forces of Ukraine after invasion from February, and they put some messages via some messengers, and even it is different Signal, WhatsApp, Telegram, and so on. And it was very helpful decision, but first period of time. But after that, we found out that it is not the truth about every messages. They should be checked because lots of not positive people, okay, wanted to inform about Russian troops. They informed like about Ukrainian troops instead Russians. And it was quite a difficult challenge to find out about that and how to react. And if it is a huge amount of messages, it is quite difficult to find the right decision in a short period of time. And after you need to find out about this location, about this amount, about this strength, and as fast as possible. And of course, it was impossible to do without collection this information in big data infrastructure, for instance. So we can say that it should be some data center, something like that, to collect data, and after that we can do some analysis. But of course it is only about some case about movement of troops. Nowadays we have also occupied territory and people who wants to inform about different activities, not about movement of enemies at our territory. And it is another case, how to collect in proper fields of big data, to take this and to get some analysis. So it is should be some idea of that, which charts, which dashboards, which map, which layers at that map do you want to put to find out about these issues and tensions between, for instance, civilians and enemies and enemy troops, and it is also about their movement. And of course, it is quite difficult to do some retrospective analysis. And of course, if it is possible, it is better to improve narratives and to find out of influence Russians' narratives against our people. So this is like some topics for maybe some discussion. And it is not so, okay, so question, did you put this? Some
short question.
Okay, short question.
Very short.
Did you touch in your research activity some information technology processes and how to collect, how to divide this information, and how to put analysis and in which form? Okay, so this is for Kira and Tom.
I think we will have to, maybe Tom can comment afterwards.
Yes.
Because we have one more question and we have 1 more minute.
Okay, but
and everyone.
Okay, it was like a recommendation.
No, but it was like I invited for the Ukrainian perspective too. So I'm sure we can find, we have some more minutes and we'll have some proper responses to your great comments and also great question. But we will make room for the final question. So if we could get a microphone on this side. Oh, you have one. Okay. I have it. Good. So a short question from you as well.
Yeah, thanks so much for this very interesting and thought-provoking conversation. The more I thought, I heard you speaking, just the more I couldn't stop thinking that it's very interesting to see a bit more, the relationship between Russian intelligence and different actors in Ukraine, or in other words, to try to give intelligence failures a name. And then the first example which came to my head was the arrest of Mikhailo Pogrebinski in March, and then his escape to Germany later on in April, and whatever knows what happens to him after that, and Medvedchuk and co and all other oppositional figures in Ukraine who apparently were a good source of information for Russian intelligence, but something went wrong. And then the question is pretty simple. What do you think went wrong there? And is that really possible to give intelligence failures any name in this case when it comes to Ukrainian actors? Thank you.
Okay, so we have... Oh, sorry, could you repeat the last part of your question?
You said something went wrong. In what sense?
Is it possible to give intelligence failures a name? And what went wrong between Russian intelligence and these Ukrainian actors who were providing information to them?
Okay, so you will have maximum 1 minute to reply to those questions each, and then we will conclude.
Okay.
So please, Kira, start.
So thank you very much. I guess it was mostly a comment, and I really appreciate your comment, and I would like to discuss it maybe further afterwards or another time, because I think you have some very good kind of boots on the ground kind of considerations of what is actually going on and how can this be used and how can it also be problematic, because I think you're absolutely right that the balance between, on the line between open source intelligence and human is really important to strike and to see what is what, because it should be treated very differently. And of course also that the potential that doing more damage than good is also a very good perspective. And the challenges related to validating the kind of vast amount of information coming in. I think Wilhelm Agrell, the Swedish intelligence studies grandfather, said once that now in the information age, intelligence becomes validation rather than collecting, because the collection is somebody else is taking care of that. So, but I don't have any technologies. I don't have any quick fix in terms of saying this is how we should sort it out. I don't know what's out there. I haven't studied it. So that was a quick reply.
Tom, please.
You, Kira, that very good comment, and there's no quick fix to things like that. And but the deficits and the challenges is very interesting to hear, and that's a valuable experience that you learn from, and you made some changes, and then well, what's the next thing? We don't know, I guess. But on the question of possible, if I understood you right, Ukrainian intelligence failures. No? Russian failures in Ukraine. Yeah, so, well, they try to employ certain actors, obviously, and they failed, but so it's a huge list of failures, I would say, but something we only hear about the failures. Obviously, there's a lot of opportunities for intelligence services when you have societies that have connections, broad connections, like Russia and Ukraine historically. So then you have things to use. And they try to use it, actors or other sensors that they can employ, and that's something that's a constant danger, I would assume, and a constant challenge for Ukraine. So, but with those examples you mentioned, so there's been some arrests as well. So, yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. Do you have some final thoughts?
Well, the nature and role of Russian agents of influence in Ukraine is a huge subject. but specifically on what went wrong from Russia's point of view. Well, think about the opposite point of view. These guys were always pretty good at selling themselves to Russia and exaggerating their importance and potential impact. So Medvedchuk was very good at specific roles, Ukrainian choice, campaigning against the EU back in 2013, the media empire that he built up until early 2021. But Putin seriously thought this guy could be president? Really? I mean, that means he doesn't read opinion polls. He never got more than single figures in terms of being popular as a politician. But he was able to somehow sell that to the Russians. Then in his court documents in Lviv, before he was handed over in a prisoner exchange, pretty good one. So in terms of Putin's mafia logic, this guy's more valuable than the scores of Ukrainians that he lets go. Before that happened, the court documents talked about 1 billion being channeled through him. So I'm sure right now the Russians are asking him what happened to all of it. So what went wrong? A lot of the money was pilfered.
All right. Sorry for going a bit over time here, but I think good discussions shouldn't be cut short. So before we give a big round of applause, I would ask you to just remain seated because Tom has some concluding remarks. So that's said, but please help me give them a big round of applause. Really good questions too. So, okay.
All right. Thank you. I will be very quick. We have a bus waiting for the Ukrainian delegation, but we've had very good opening speeches from the Chief of Defense and from Director Mirnenko, and we have had panels explaining the experience in Ukraine, the Russian military efforts. We have had Russian influence, contested identities. We have had now the role of intelligence. So I hope that's been of use to you. I hope it's been a valuable day. Thank you for giving it to us here. So thank you for your participation. Thank you for also to the digital listeners. And of course, thank you to the chairs and the speakers, and not least our good Ukrainian delegation that came all the way to us. So, дякую. And but for some practical details first. We also have to thank the interpreters for a very good job, and also the assistants that has been unnoticed but been walking around with mics, mix and everything through the Line, Tobias, Tuva, and the final message for the fantastic Ukrainian delegation is that the bus leaves in 6-7 minutes, so please be quick, find your things, and please everybody let the Ukrainian delegation go first if you can. Okay, so thank you for today.